appellants. Over the few hours that separate us from yesterday, has anything raised its head that I need to be aware of?
I don't believe so.
Nobody can hear us.
So
We could be back in sound territory. Okay. All right. Perhaps less contentious matters or matters that necessarily need to be streamed. Just an update on where we're at with the itinerary for any site visit. Just me looking forward to next week and just having a bit of a plan in my head about how it might happen and how much time it might take. Where have we got to on that, if I could ask?
I think there is an agreed itinerary that's marked down for the council. It has, although if you recall, apparently the councillors wish to see it.
Yes.
I know that the council have sent it to them, but I don't believe as yet we have received any comments. There might not be any comments.
No, I have circulated with on the councillors. They didn't have any comments other than expressing interest in attending. So that's up to you.
Yes.
Okay.
I can, I guess, provide you.
There was obviously the situation of Mr. Khan, who'd made the direct offer of visiting Stockton, and that raised its head in
Back to Tim to confirm that he's still happy with that. So that's waiting for a response.
Heads up, I understand that the weather forecast for Thursday, there it is, very poor. Maybe you think, well, c'est la vie. But if you wanted to keep under review whether there might be a slightly less poor, it's not exactly a great period of weather, full stop. But if you want to keep under review, we thought we'd just flag that up for you now. And nothing we can do about it this far out, really.
No, there isn't. But thank you for raising that. Okay. Okay. So let's be positive. Let's say we do hear back from Mr. Khan. We can confirm at this point that was Thursday. Yeah, realistically, it's Thursday, but the actual definitive timing of it is going to probably need us to be more confident following Tuesday. But we're going to hit our obligations and conditions sessions correctly, but in principle, Thursday. And there is agreement. That's good.
I think so. That must be right. And we the councillors and Mr. Khan have expressed interest to be on the site list, so we probably do need to give them at least a day as to when it's going to be, but understand that there has to be some flexibility within that.
It's worth, if ever it raises its head, reminding people of the reality of inquiry site visits, which are, well, from interested parties' perspective, not very interesting, in that they don't get the opportunity to raise matters material to the case other than facts on this. Very good. Thank you very much. How are we doing on the streaming? Are we live and sound is on? Thank you very much. I was at the point of asking, did anything raise its head? And Ms. Sargent.
It's only to say that in cross-examination of Ms. Stoughton, I will be going to the planning practice guidance on the historic environment, which is purportedly in the core documents. But I was just Google it, and when I looked at the actual core document last night, it seems to be some form of summary that's not actually the guidance in full. So just to give Ms. Stoughton's team a heads up that between now and beginning her cross-examination, she'll have to have, I'm sure she can just get it up on Google like everyone else, but I wanted to just flag that now.
All right, thank you.
Is there a particular passage that you want to put to her so that we know?
Well, it's not just one passage, so if she has the document, then we'll deal with that in cross.
Sure, but it's not before the inquiry.
It's a core document.
It's just that the core document doesn't reflect what is in the planning practice guidance. I mean, it is, in a way, the planning practice guidance is much like the NPPF. It exists in its in its own world, as opposed to a necessity of being clearly set as. To be honest, if you printed it out, it's
long, and I don't want
2,000
to.
pages worth of.
I don't want to just. Yeah,
Let's get it up.
I'll come back to it later. So.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that my link is there, so I don't have to fight around. There it is. All right, thank you for that. Yeah. Okay, if nothing remains outstanding, then let me hand over to the Sergeant for. Sorry, my program still had
My scribble program, we've done it last time.
your opportunity for in-chief evidence with Mr. Banner is.
Thank you, sir.
I haven't cut that out completely. Program.
Good morning, Ms. Stoughton. Let's introduce you by reference to what you say in your main proof, page 3. And you tell us there you're Gail Stoughton, Heritage Executive Director at Pegasus Planning Group. You're a member of the Chartered Institute for Archaeologists. You've been elected a Fellow of the Society of Antiquaries of London. And you have a first-class honours degree in archaeology, as well as a heritage professional for 22 years, and you're a trustee of Painswick Rococo Gardens. And you've acted as heritage consultant on numerous large-scale developments in England and Wales on behalf of all parties in the process. You set out the experience there, including at 1.3, your expertise in the assessment of setting of heritage assets, and including consideration of Warwick Castle and Park, development proposed close to listed farm building at Silver End, Essex, and the construction of a cinema building in the conservation area in Cirencester, close to any list of buildings. Ms. Stoughton, firstly, is all the information you set out there true and up to date?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And secondly, given the extent to which Dr. Hickey referred to experience, can you shed a little bit more light on how much of the 22 years professional experience of yours you have been considering setting for, and perhaps shine a little bit more light on your experience of setting?
Certainly, setting is something which has been part of my roles in various companies for approximately 20 years. It's a very large part of what I do. I've seen the guidance evolve from the time before specific guidance on the setting of heritage assets with DMRB, HA2 807, the first specific guidance, seeing the history and the view, earlier iterations of the current guidance. I followed all that. I keep up to date on case law with regards to setting. Not unknown to have gone and spectated at the Court of Appeal on these things. It's something that I'm very interested in.
Thank you. Then site visits. Again, we heard from Dr. Hickey that he did 1 4-hour site visit, considering both landscape and heritage. From your heritage perspective, how many site visits did you do for this project?
It was 5 or 6 specifically for this project. And that's because I take the view that the best way to approach it is to conduct some initial research, read into it, make a site visit, start to write out my case, go and check things. There's inevitably later things to check, specific times of day, those kinds of things. So for this project, I've undertaken 5 or 6 site visits.
Do you agree with the idea one doesn't need to go into the interior of the site to understand the contribution it does or doesn't play to the heritage significance of the nearby assets?
I don't agree with that. Part of the consideration of any contribution that an area might make to the heritage significance of an asset through setting is through views to and from it. So I would always visit the greatest extent that I was able to do of any particular site.
Let's then turn to methodology. And if you have your comments, I'll really give you the floor and take as much time as you need on methodology. Firstly, on Dr. Hickey's methodology set out in his proof, and then the change he made to it after cross-examination.
Yes, well, firstly, I don't hold with the matrix-based approach. I don't consider that that's correct. Perhaps I'll come back to that and take your second point first, if I may. With regards to the approach and the testing of Dr. Hickey's approach under cross-examination, firstly, he admitted that it was an approach that was inconsistent with the MPPF. But he did attempt to resolve this in re-examination through the addition of an extra column to his table 1 on page 21 of his proof. Now, I don't consider that this has resolved the issues, sir. Firstly, if you're adding a column which is total loss, which I think was what Dr. Hickey attempted to do in re-examination, that would only work if the tables on which he based his approach didn't take account of that possibility in their composition. And it's clear from the ICMOS guidance, which he cites as a basis for his table, that total loss was part of the consideration of the table which that generated. And that's clear from paragraph 5.3 on page 8 of the ICMOS guidance. The second sentence makes reference to physical loss of part of or all of an attribute. And here, the ICMOS guidance is dealing with attributes because it's something that's dealing with one asset and parts of it. So it's the equivalent of it, this part or this loss of all of an attribute is equivalent to loss of all of an asset. So that's the first point, that the tables on which it is based clearly took into account the possibility of total loss when they were generated. But secondly, even if you add an additional column, which would be total loss, testing it back through with various assets, it still doesn't align with the MPPF and the practice guidance. And that's because when you run a grade 2 listed building through it and consider total loss of it, as far as I understand the additional column and extrapolating diagonally the bands of harm, you can still only get to a large stroke, very large impact, which on his table 4 is the lower end of substantial harm. Now, it can't be that the total destruction of a grade 2 listed building could only be the lower end of substantial harm. And indeed, the practice guidance is explicit because paragraph 18 of the practice guidance states that within each category of harm, which category applies should be explicitly identified, and the extent of the harm may vary and should be clearly articulated. And so that extract is reproduced in Appendix 2 of my proof in my methodology.
The reference is that PPG 18A-018, the third paragraph, just for the PPG. We'll deal with it in closing. But
so that's explicit that within each category, substantial harm or less than substantial harm should be explicit as to wherein it can lie. So if you have a methodology that precludes being in the upper extent of that, then that's still inconsistent with the framework and the practice guidance read as a whole.
so beyond that inconsistency of the frame of the methodology as changed, beyond that inconsistency of the framework, do you have any observations to make on the overall approach of Dr. Hickey's matrix-based approach, where impact and value are multiplied to great significance, and then that's read across to translate into shades of harm?
Absolutely. I don't agree with that approach. The information which I need to provide to the decision maker is that which is fed into paragraphs 202 and 203 of the MPPF in this instance. The MPPF and the supporting MPPGs are clear that the information needed is harm to or loss of significance. And that wording is taken from paragraph 200 of the framework. And also in the MPPG, again, paragraph 018, what matters is assessing whether a proposal might cause harm is the impact on the significance of the heritage asset. So this appears to be a straight scale reduction in significance. And that significance is the heritage significance built up of heritage interests, not a significance of effect that's generated by the multiplication of value and impact. That is clearly a different thing that is originated from EIA. Dr. Hickey was asked to give judgments on this straight scale, but slightly dodged the issue, if you don't mind me saying, with the greatest of respect, giving answers with regards to a logarithmic scale. Now, my simpler, non-matrix-based approach, I consider to be in line with Historic England's Statement of Significance, which makes no provision for the matrix-based approach. And that's core document 5.1.
We just have a look at that just to make good that point. CD 5.13.
So this gives, on page 3 of Statements of Significance, this gives a staged approach.
Second. Just print page 3, which probably is about 5 in the PDF because there's a
This
couple
is
of pages.
the numbered page 3 of the document. So this has a staged approach, which is understanding the form, materials, history, etc., understanding the significance of the assets, and understanding the impact of the proposal on that significance. What there isn't is any matrix-based approach, any multiplication, and any sort of sub-stage to it. You understand its significance and what is the harm on that significance. It's a very straightforward approach. So looking at the MPPF, the practice guidance, statements of significance, the matrix-based ICOMOS and British Standard approach with the matrix, then they're not endorsed by the Department of Levelling Up Housing and Communities or Historic England. These are generalised approaches that have been produced to cover multiple nations in each case. We've got the British Standard, which covers the regime guidances, the regimes in Scotland, Wales, England, Northern Ireland, and of course the ICOMOS guidance with far wider applications. I think a really important point with regards to why the matrix-based approach isn't right. Not only do I think that it is inconsistent with the MPPF, but also, as Dr. Hickey admitted, it does result in double counting in terms of the value or significance of the assets themselves. Clearly, the MPPF takes into account the differing significances of the assets, both in paragraph 200 with the different limbs of that and the different paragraphs that relate to designated heritage assets and non-designated heritage assets. So the use of the matrix-based approach and then feeding that information into the key tests of the MPPF is certainly double counting. Another issue with this specific matrix-based approach, which then takes the significance of effect and attempts to correlate it with this scale of substantial harm and less than substantial harm, is that the concept of substantial and less than substantial harm isn't actually applied to non-designated heritage assets in the framework. It's a concept which is applied to designated heritage assets. But the tests for non-designated heritage assets don't make reference to that scale. So, as such, I consider that my straightforward approach of considering significance as a whole and harm as a straightforward scale of the reduction of that significance, taking into account the division between substantial harm and less than substantial harm, is the correct way to do it. So with regards to the appeals that I have been involved in previously, I've only seen one person attempt to use a matrix-based approach previously, and it didn't work. It generated the same issues which we've had with Dr. Hickey correcting his reading of his own table. It was overcomplicated, it generated erroneous results, and it wasn't accepted by the inspector in terms of an approach in his appeal decision.
Dr. Hickey referred to an appeal in Droitwich that the decision was awaited. That was the only example. He was a specific example able to point to in re-examination where he said his approach had been tested. Are you aware whether the local authority in that case agreed with his methodology?
I believe the local authority...
Sorry, not local authority, forgive me.
No, I'm not sure.
Sorry, was it common ground, his methodology, or not in that case?
His methodology wasn't agreed with the other parties.
Settings maps. Your thoughts on Dr. Hickey's reliance on the settings maps, and in examination he made clear that he thought that was a major point of difference between you and him, your failure to do those blue shaded areas. Your observations on that issue?
I don't consider this to be the correct approach, and I've never seen anybody else take the approach of mapping setting in this way. Furthermore, I've never been criticised for not doing it previously.
Just pausing, you don't see anyone else. Just give us a phase sense. How many sort of inquiries have you done where heritage setting has been an issue in terms of orders of magnitude?
In excess of 50, between 50 and 100. Sorry, I don't keep active tab.
No, don't blame you. So 50 to 100 inquiries, never see anyone else do it. Sorry, I interrupted you. Please continue.
I have a number of issues with this approach. Firstly, they don't give an indication of positive and negative contribution to significance, and that's got to be the key issue. And even if they were taken as areas which map positive contribution, there's no indication as to which elements matter the most. Now, Dr. Hickey suggested that it's the extent of the area where the asset is experienced that is key. And that can't be correct, because the information that I need to provide in order to base my assessment on is what contributes to the heritage significance of the asset. And GPA 3, Historic England's Guidance on the Setting of Heritage Assets, is explicit about this approach of clearly articulating what matters and why. There was some, so it might be useful to go to GPA 3 and the box which we discussed yesterday, which is on page 8.
I think it's CD 5.10. Yes, it is 5.10.
Okay. So in re-examination yesterday, there was a suggestion that the first paragraph of this box advocates the map setting approach. I hope I'm not misphrasing that. The reference to adequate plans and drawings is firstly just a straightforward reference to supporting material. It's not advocating mapping the extent of setting. And in any case, that first paragraph relates to development proposals involving the setting of single and less significant assets and straightforward effects on setting. And in any case, it still advocates a narrative approach, because it says they could be handled through a simple checklist approach and can usefully take the form of a short narrative statement for each assessment, supported by adequate plans and documents. this box is really explicit in its second paragraph, where it specifically deals with evidence to public inquiry, and it states that it should be clearly expressed non-technical narrative argument that sets out what matters and why in terms of heritage significance and settings of the assets affected, together with the effects of development upon them. So in my mind, that's really clear. It's looking for a narrative approach. Of course, it should be supported by plans and drawings. And I feel that that is what I have done in my proof.
Then the converse of that, although he criticised you for not having done those settings maps, in relation to the historic maps, which you include and he doesn't, he says those historic maps aren't relevant. So your thoughts on that, whether the historic map analysis that you've included in your proof is irrelevant?
Well, I was quite surprised by that. They're clearly relevant. An understanding of the development of an asset and its associations historically is clearly part of understanding the way in which it's been experienced and used in the past, and the way in which that is still legible in the landscape today as part of the experience of the asset. And indeed, again, going back to GPA 3 on page 10, there's a box outlined in green, and that says, a handy way of visualising the contribution of setting to significance of assets may be diagrammatically to map past and present relationships between a heritage asset and its surroundings, and then go on weighting the mapped connections to demonstrate, so clearly moving into the narrative element of it. You know, that's what I've tried to set out in my proof. The Tithe survey is the most comprehensive survey of the country in terms of patterns of land use and ownership, tenancy. It's a very useful source. I always draw on that when it's available, and also any other maps that are available in terms of ownership patterns, where sales particulars are available with areas of land associated with that. It's all very useful in terms of understanding the development of the asset and its relationships, and that does go to setting.
What about in inspectors' questions, Dr. Hickey? There's discussion about, well, you include some but not all of the fields that were historically associated, the agriculture fields, with the heritage asset in question. Why did you draw the line where you did? I'm slightly synthesising the discussion, but I hope that's a fair synthesis of it. And Dr. Hickey's response as well, the ones he'd included in the blue areas were nearer. Your observations on that approach?
It's too simplistic. It's far too simplistic, and it misses key issues in terms of patterns of land use, ownership, experience, connections in the past. It's not a straightforward setting. Isn't an issue which follows very strict formulaic approaches in terms of it has to just be areas of past ownership. It has to be areas that are intervisible. You have to take a thorough approach, understanding all of the available information and how the asset is experienced and understood today. So it has to be based on as much information about past land uses and ownerships, views, experiences of routeways, and how it's experienced today. All of those have to come together in order to give a professional opinion on setting. And it isn't just the case that you just draw a buffer round an asset and say that is its setting. It is not that simple.
In terms of then the focus of your assessment, bearing in mind the outline nature of the application, it's common ground at the quarry that illustrative master plan is capable of coming forward at the reserve matters stage. It's within the parameters of the outline permission sought, so it's one way of coming forward. To what extent have you focused on the illustrative master plan opposed to something else? What have you sort of used as your framework for consideration?
I have been guided by the illustrative master plan. It's something which has been developed in order to respond appropriately and considerately to the settings of the heritage assets and their intrinsic significance. And indeed, Dr. Hickey has clearly done the same in terms of his figure 11, and also his table of impacts does take into account mitigation, where he refers to the layout as shown on the illustrative master plan. Of course, you know, it is an outline application, but I have a lot of experience of taking development through the process in terms of outline applications, and also producing heritage statements for reserve matters applications where I'm asked to consider matters relating to heritage at that point. And what I always do is go back to the outline permission, look at the plans, the framework, and how the decision maker considered harm. If there's an inspector's decision, what did they take into account? What did they say about the layout of the development? And then I produce an assessment of, well, the reserve matters is coming forward. Is that going to change things? Is it generating any additional harm? And clearly articulating that to the decision maker at that point, so that can be taken into account in order to deliver what was anticipated at the outline stage, or highlight where it differs.
So again, appreciate this may shade off into planning and only answer to the extent you feel able, but how confident are you that the local authority or an inspector on appeal at the reserve matters stage will be able to hold the developer's feet to the fire, if you like? By which I mean, if they were to come up with something that would cause more harm than shown on the illustrative master plan, that could be refused.
I would have confidence in that because we clearly have an illustrative framework and the design and access statement, which sets out many principles relating to it. And I have confidence through my experience of the system in which things which don't come forward in compliance with the vision of the outline have been refused.
And the next subject matter, go asset by asset now, having done matters of approach. So church, first of all, and again, I'll rather than ask you a series of questions, enough of my voice at this inquiry, I'll just hand the floor to you and the key aspects of your analysis relating to the church.
Yes, I mean, just to run through things very briefly, sir, perhaps responding to things that have come up, if that would be helpful. Clearly, the church is an asset of the highest significance, Norman origin, with post-medieval and early 19th century additions. And hopefully, you'll get the opportunity to see the superb wall paintings inside. Clearly, its primary significance is in the built form, architectural interest of the asset itself. Areas of setting do make a contribution to the heritage significance of the asset, but to a lesser degree than its built form. And the areas of setting which make the greatest contribution to significance are the churchyard and the historic settlement, which have and had historic functional associations and are the areas where the asset is best appreciated and understood. With regards to the wider areas, you do need to understand the historic context and the development of the settlement, and indeed the development surrounding the asset and the churchyard itself. And it might be helpful just to look at my plate 4 on page 13. Which shows the location of the church on the edge of the settlement in the early to mid 19th century. and then comparing that to my plate 6 on page 15, which shows the immediate context of the church as it is today and evolving with the consented and partially built garage, which we discussed yesterday. There are areas which do remain, which do have historic illustrative interest in terms of the historic context of the church. And those are the areas noted as the Eastern Field and Western Fields in the conservation area appraisal, which I've plotted and now lost.
To page 20, the yellow and blue shaded areas.
On page 20 of my proof. And they're the remaining areas which still give an indication of the historic surrounds of the church. And indeed, next to the church, and you can see it from the churchyard, you have the farm adjacent to it, and you can see the historic barn. With regards to the wider areas, which are also referred to in the conservation area appraisal, you have to take a more considered, more nuanced approach, looking at views, connections, these kinds of things. We should remember that the conservation area appraisal, of course, predates the specific setting guidance, the setting of heritage assets. So we do have to treat it with caution, which I think Dr. Hickey accepted with regards to the conservation area, and look at specific views. And what I noted is that there is a view which is a clear view of the church, which you can get from the footpath, which I show on my plate 14 on page 21. And it's clear from looking at that clear view in which you can appreciate the architectural interest of the church and also understand some of its context, its historic context. That appreciation is going to extend into the area slightly further to the north, which I've annotated on my plate 15 on page 22.
How important is that for the ability to appreciate the fabric, the architectural interest of the church rather than just the outline of the church and its context? How important is that in this context?
Any contribution, any engendering of a contribution to the heritage significance of the asset has to be related to heritage significance. It has to go to the building blocks of significance, the heritage interests. So you have to, these views, these areas, the two fields that I identified on my plate 13, they have historic illustrative value. The view that I've identified, the clear view on plate 14, contributes to the architectural appreciation of it. When you get beyond these, I've had extensive walks around the wider area. When you get beyond these, you're into areas which don't contribute through those heritage interests. The views are indistinct in terms of architectural interest. They're not illustrating the architectural interest of it. And they don't contribute in terms of an understanding of the context of the church in relation to the historic settlement.
And just going forward to your page 33, set out some passages which Dr. Hickey expressed agreement with in cross-examination is the Historic England guidance, and then two Secretary of State decisions, which I summarised to him as it's got to be more than just being able to see the outline of the spire, the church. How does your analysis fit alongside the analysis set out in those materials?
Well, it's been informed by the Historic England guidance, and it's in line with it, because Historic England are explicit that when it comes to these wider landscape views of churches, it's not just that you can see it, it has to have a specific contribution to heritage significance. And it does accept situations where, of course, you will see churches from the wider landscape, but that is a matter of landscape rather than heritage, because heritage has to be related back to these heritage interests which build up heritage significance. So my assessment of no harm has been informed by my consideration of which areas contribute to heritage significance and which areas are merely wider landscape views in which you can just see the church tower, which is very different. Now, Dr. Hickey considers that the fields of the site, or at least part of the site, contributes to the heritage significance of the church through setting. And that was because he considered that you could see it in the fields, but there was no explanation of how that goes to the heritage significance of the asset. Very interestingly, he also put fields above the settlement in terms of his ranking of attributes of significance. Now, I found that very surprising because the settlement was the whole raison d'etre for the church. The church served it, and the settlement also includes such elements as house, which we can see from the patterns of land use shown on the tithe map, was where the vicar lived. And as such, the settlement clearly has this historic illustrative value. The fields of the site simply don't have that value. That's not to say that there aren't instances where fields in the wider vicinity of churches can't have that value. There are churches that are in isolated locations, such as where they serve multiple settlements and are located between them. And there are churches which were formerly located in medieval settlements, which have either been deserted or very greatly shrunken. And in those instances, the wider fields can contribute through a sense of separation and isolation of the church. That's not the case here. There were also instances where the church appears to have been cited to have wider views. There are churches, some of them in Shropshire, where they're located on the ridge edge, and they do appear to have wider views of the landscape, for which there is some, you would have to say from the siting of them that there was some intent to that. And that is not the case here. There are no designed views over the fields.
But the issue concerning the Historic England scoping response, anticipating no significant harm, and there's a discussion with Dr. Hickey about how Historic England's position evolved. Your observations in that respect? Yes,
it's not completely straightforward in terms of, I think it was suggested in re-examination that Historic England had been consulted on scoping, and then further information was provided, and then they provided their comments on the application. Because the scoping, the requirement for EIA came later, and because we only ever had a summary of the scoping response when it came for the later EIA, we in fact put in a Freedom of Information request to acquire the full scoping, and we didn't. Further information was included in the heritage statement, which then informed the environmental statement. But there wasn't a photograph from the churchyard that was included, because either the summary didn't explicitly say it, and we didn't interpret it from what was given in the summary that we received. So it isn't a case that they put in the scoping response, further information was provided, they went away and had to think about it, and then they came back with this. It very much reads as responses from two separate officers. One officer was open to the possibility of no harm, and I don't think I'm misrepresenting that from the scoping response. The other officer considered that there was potential for harm. The only other issues that I would raise with regards to that are, I've seen no evidence that the response was informed by a site visit in terms of the response which identified harm. And Historic England haven't provided detailed evidence to this inquiry or come to participate in it.
Have you experienced when Historic England do turn up and allow their evidence to be tested in cross-examination?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. And in the only other point that I would make with regards to Historic England is that the council's case has indeed diverged from Historic England's latest response.
Thank you. Little farmhouse. I will hand you the floor for key elements relating to that asset.
Fair enough. So again, Middle Farmhouse, it's a 16th, 17th century origin building, expanded later. Again, its significance is primarily embodied in its physical form. It clearly had an early frontage onto the street, which is shown on my plate 28 on page 37. Clearly, this is an early frontage facing onto the street. You can see quite a lot from the road. There is a footpath on the other side of the road, so it's not the case that you have to you have to walk by quickly. You can have a look and appreciate and understand what's going on with this asset. And it's also evident looking at the historic maps and the footprint of the built form that this was an early frontage. When you look at the historic maps in association with what you can see on the ground, and possibly the most useful map in that respect is my plate 29 on my page 38. You can clearly see the relationship of the asset to the road, and when you look at the relationship of the longer frontage and the fenestration of it, and indeed the framing of it in relation to the road, it's clear that this is a building that was sited to have a relationship with the street.
Thank you. And
Sorry.
Up to you. After you.
Again, consideration of the overall development of the complex is really useful. It's an asset which isn't an active farmhouse anymore, and its surroundings have been reworked. They have retained some of the historic buildings, not all of them, as I've set out in the proof of evidence. Some of the buildings have been rebuilt, some have been demolished, some have been repurposed, and it does have this setting which now comprises a complex of several residential buildings. With regards to intervisibility, as I've set out on my plates 39, 41, there's relatively weak intervisibility with the site. It's generally the upper elements. There is a glimpse, an oblique glimpse to one window at the very rear of the property. And again, looking at the historic associations, which I've pointed out from the tithe map, the tenancy that this related to is clearly very extensive, not quite consolidated. It isn't a single block of land in which the farmhouse sits. So looking at all of those aspects and also taking into account the response of the scheme, I've repeated just for reference, my plate 42, page 47. You can clearly see that built form is set back from the asset. There is open space with orchard, which as came out yesterday is historically appropriate. And the elements of this asset that contribute most to its significance through setting are not going to be affected. The street, the outbuildings, its immediate curtilage. And that brings me to a conclusion that this asset will experience less than substantial harm at the lowermost end of the spectrum.
I had a discussion with Dr. Hickey about the orchard shown on the tide map. Any observations on that dialogue?
Yes, absolutely. So orchard is clearly depicted on the tide map. It was separate to the garden, and the orchard is something that was part of the whole agricultural endeavour. I think.
Sorry. Up to you.
There was a little discussion with Dr. Hickey. There was a bit of a contradiction in. I think in cross-examination, he considered that the curtilage of the asset was very important to appreciate and understand it. But then in re-examination, he said that the fields were most important and that actually the gardens and driveway made a low contribution. I think it's here the fields make some contribution, but taking into account the way that the asset has changed in terms of it now being solely for residential use. And I don't accept that farmhouses were just solely residences in history. They were the areas in which business was transacted. They were part of the farm enterprise. So taking into account the way the asset has changed, the way its surroundings have changed, and the way.
Anything more you want to say on middle before we turn to the conservation area?
No.
Okay, conservation area. We'll follow the order of your call. So, conservation area next. And once again, I'll hand you the floor to make what you think are the key points you'd like to distill orally.
Its significance is set out in my proof. Obviously, there is a historic core incorporating the church, the adjacent farm and farms, the manor, rectory, other houses. I think Dr. Hickey and I are broadly aligned in terms of less than substantial harm at the low end of the spectrum on this asset. Clearly, the significance of the asset is primarily derived from the buildings and spaces within it. It does have a rural setting, of which the site is indeed part, but only part. The relationship with the wider area is as set out in my proof. It does need consideration in terms of experience, in terms of views, and I've set those out in my proof, specifically with regards to views that are mentioned in the conservation area appraisal, although taking into account Dr. Hickey and I have both agreed that a measure of caution is needed in applying that, and also routes through the landscape. It should also be noted with regards to the area designated as the conservation area, and clearly conservation areas are designated for the special architectural and historic interest that they hold, the character and appearance of which it's desirable to preserve. Now, conservation areas as such should be drawn around those areas of special architectural and historic interest. That isn't to say that conservation areas, especially those drawn prior to the most up-to-date guidance, don't include some fields within them that perhaps don't hold that intrinsic level of historic and architectural interest. And I think it's fair to say that some of the areas which perhaps are part of the setting of the historic core do actually lie within the area itself. And those areas are noted in the conservation area appraisal, and those are the ones that I've plotted in relation to, I think it's in my discussion of the church. So that's plate 13 on page 20. So those areas which are part of the setting of the historic core are actually within the area itself. Now that doesn't mean that it isn't necessary to consider the setting of the asset as it stands. It's just something to note in terms of its composition. So with regards to the proposed scheme, again, we've got a very sensitive approach taken. There is setback of built form, the southern area retaining this open character. There is historically appropriate orchard, and the path within the conservation area itself will remain a route through that area. With regards to the key views identified in the conservation area approach, very little, if any, effect on those. So those are shown on my plate 43. You can see north of the church, you've got angled views going out, and those views are shown in my plates 49 and 50. With regards to the 50 is most relevant. So you're looking out across the area that's within the conservation area, and then you have a hedgerow, and then of course beyond that you'll have the orchard area with the setback of built form again beyond that. So that's the view noted in the conservation area appraisal, which is towards but not of the site. With regards to the form of development, the historic form of the development will be kept overall, and I think it was agreed yesterday by Dr. Hickey that the horseshoe shape of the historic development will still be legible. So overall, less than substantial harm at the low end of the spectrum, and I believe that to be in line with Dr. Hickey's revised assessment. Just one last thing to pick up on that, and that's that changes to the setting of conservation areas don't trigger the statutory consideration under section 72 of the asset, section 72 of the Act, which is of course different in its wording to section 66 without the explicit mention of setting.
Thank you. And then the final of the assets, we're going to look at Stocks Farmhouse. Again, same exercise in relation to that.
Certainly. Stocks Farmhouse, early 19th century farmhouse, and again, I think we're agreed that the significance is primarily embodied in its built form. Now, the setting of this asset has changed, with it becoming solely a private residence, and that goes to why the change is important, because rather than having a working curtilage, it now has this extended domestic curtilage, which I think is best shown on my plate 62 on page 68 of my plate. And that can be contrasted with the perhaps plate 56, which shows clearly the building does have an extended domestic curtilage in relation to what was present historically. It's extended not only west but also slightly sort of northwest on the westerly side. That boundaries come out, and it now incorporates a tennis court, swimming pool. It's clearly a larger domestic curtilage, which is relating to the solely domestic occupation of the house itself. Now, the house itself, of course, faces its primary facade faces onto its drive and garden, and you can see that probably best on my plate 64, which was taken about 1993. You can see the frontage with the primary elevation on the right-hand side facing onto the drive and gardens, and then a sort of southern garden elevation too with a larger window. So the fabric of the building itself suggests that those were its primary efforts, of course, to take advantage of the areas which were associated with it, which were garden at that time. And we can also have confidence that it doesn't appear to have had any designed aesthetic views in the direction of the site because of the location of the outbuildings historically. And of course, one of those outbuildings, slightly later iteration of the outbuildings, has been retained and incorporated within the building itself. They would have been functional originally, and looking back, you can see the planning permissions which incorporate them. And they would have, to some degree, curtailed views in that direction. Even prior to the construction of those at some point in the later 19th century, we can see from the tide map of 1858 on plate 56 that there were outbuildings in this direction as well, on the edge of the garden curtilage there. So you can see that actually views in that direction would have been to outbuildings a bit further away at that time. So again, looking at the design response, this isn't a scheme which is going to put development hard up against the boundary, or indeed set back, but still a wall of development. It's development that's taken account of the setting of the asset and has placed a green corridor, firstly open space immediately behind the curtilage with a large semi-wet suds feature, which is actually appropriate because we know from the maps that there were ponds on this side of the house. So it's taken advantage of the green corridor, and the housing has been pushed back either side of it. The green corridor provides a link through to the wider area and the agricultural land beyond the wider area. And the treatment, the placement of development is being considered. It's not a wall of development. You've got a mix of houses, house sizes in the lanes typology as set out in the design and access statement. So it's going to be development carefully placed and fronting onto green space within this green corridor, going back from the rear curtilage. And of course, that only starts at the extent of the already expanded domestic curtilage plot of the former farmhouse. So taking account of that, and also taking account of the elements of its setting which contribute to its setting which aren't going to be harmed, including, of course, its garden and driveway area, but also its formerly associated buildings, which Dr. Hickey acknowledges in his proof give legibility to the origins of this building as a former farmhouse, rather than being a sizable residence located on the edge of the village. Those won't be affected. Those include the converted buildings in the vicinity, and also the listed granary, which will retain that legibility. And I think what can be seen when I've looked at the patterns of historic landholding in the vicinity, and this is certainly which is borne out from my experience generally, is that historic landholdings aren't necessarily predictable, and particularly when you get closer to villages where you get farmhouses sited either within or reasonably close to villages. You can't necessarily assume that any one area has a connection to it. Here, the site part of the site did have a connection to it. But to me, what gives legibility to a building as having a farmhouse origin is the presence of former or currently associated outbuildings. That's what you can rely on in terms of understanding of that aspect of its history and significance. So taking all of that into account, taking the fact that the primary significance of the asset is in its built form, and that the elements that give legibility to its origins as a farmhouse won't be affected, I have considered that it would be less than substantial harm and at the low end of the spectrum.
What about Dr. Hickey's, whether on a logarithmic scale or the scale I actually put to him, 8 out of 10, your observations on that?
I don't think this can be reconciled with what he said himself. I do recall that he did put it as 8 out of 10, and just taking that at face value, because it's difficult to do anything otherwise, whether it's a logarithmic scale or I think 8 out of 10 was his score. It's difficult to reconcile with what he said in terms of the primary contribution to significance coming from the architectural interest of the asset, and his assertion in re-examination that the farm buildings are important to significance too. So even taking into account that that those elements are not going to be affected, I just can't see how he gets to 8 out of 10.
Then a few brief questions to finish off. Non-designated heritage assets. What are the key points you wish the inspector to note in that respect?
For completeness, I've presented an assessment of them in, I think it's my appendix 6. I don't think there's much between myself and the council on that issue. I would say I've split them out. I think if you're going to assess them, you do need to split them out and consider them separately. And I've presented that in Appendix 6. Also, I would say that with the non-designated heritage assets in the conservation area, I think where they're buildings that positively contribute to the conservation area, I think a proportionate approach is to consider them as part of that. And I've considered them in my proof in terms of visibility. It's always really difficult, interlinked and overlapping heritage assets, not to do double counting, but I would normally take a proportionate approach where I considered those within the conservation area itself.
Then three miscellaneous points. There was a discussion, I think on Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, about the Oakley decision and whether there was a point of distinction on the basis that in that case there was no harm found to heritage assets. You were the heritage witness. What's your understanding of the basis on which the inspector reached conclusions in that case? With
regards to Church Oakley, the conservation area was a key issue in that inquiry, and indeed the inspector did find some harm to the heritage significance of the conservation area.
Then field boundaries. Could you take up page 32 of your proof? There was a discussion again earlier in the inquiry about whether historically there'd been evolution in the field pattern of the site, effectively. Page 32 of your proof, plate 27. Is there anything you'd like the inspector to note in this context from what's shown on that plate?
Yes, absolutely. Clearly, there were additional field boundaries present within the site. I think Mr. Smith was noted in his evidence that an additional field boundary would be proposed as part of the scheme. There wasn't one exactly in the location where one is going to be proposed, but there were field boundaries either side of it on the historic mapping. So what I would say is it's not an incongruous or inappropriate feature to establish in that location.
And lastly, from your heritage perspective, any observations you have to make about the discussion as to the character of the proposed open space?
Yes, a lot of the discussion has focused on whether it's going to be rural and whether it's going to be manicured in its appearance. And it seemed to be quite binary. You know, either it's still farmland or it's parkland, country, well, manicured parkland. My observation on this would be that there are a lot of areas which then go on to indeed have heritage significance in themselves historically, that have a character which is both rural and has public access to it and has a meadowland character. And these are areas which are often valued both in terms of recreational use, but also in terms of heritage significance too, because they can be areas which provide an opportunity for appreciation and understanding, and also experience of wider areas. And to give a couple of very specific examples of that, well, in fact, to my mind, the best example is small areas of common land on the edge of settlement. And you don't have to go very far to see this, because there's an area of grassland, meadowland at Bramley Green, which is indeed part of the same conservation area, which has a grassland character. It has an informal character. It has public access to it. And it then has a direct relationship. It is adjacent to the open countryside. So that seems a very good parallel to it. There are also village green areas, which are a sort of transition between, they're not necessarily centrally located. They can be a transition rather, informal accessed grassland open space that then goes out in with a relationship with the open countryside. Sheffield on Loddon has a very large green area, mostly enclosed, but on the southern side does have a relationship with the wider land. Again, these areas, and much wider areas of common areas, have a rural, open, informal character, but one to which there is public access, which can be enjoyed for recreational purposes. Another example would be, I'm sure we can all think of examples of Riverside Meadow, to which there is public access and an informal character, but a rural character to them.
Thank you. Do you have anything else to add? Otherwise, that concludes the evidence.
I don't have anything to add.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Banner. Okay, 10:45. My suggestion is that we take a short break and then come back with Ms. Sargent for cross-exam. How urgent is coffees this morning? I wonder. We'll say 5 to 11, please. need to just push the camera back. It followed us out. Thank you. And gents, welcome back. Partway through the appellant's evidence on heritage, there's opportunity for Sergeant for any cross-examination she may have. The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Stoughton. We can agree, can't we, that the difference between the parties in relation to the church is whether there's any harm to its significance at all?
Good morning. Yes, we can.
And in relation to the other assets referenced in the reasons for refusal, the debate is where in the spectrum or the range of less than substantial harm the harm falls.
Yes, with regards to Midland Stocks Farmhouse, I believe we're agreed on the conservation area.
Yeah, I'll come back. I think that's correct. I'll come back to that later. All of those questions ultimately are matters of professional judgment, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Yes.
And so the inspector in due course will have to exercise his professional judgment and reach a conclusion, yes?
Yes.
I want to understand properly how many people have actually given thought to greater or lesser degrees to the heritage effects of the scheme. I don't want to actually turn the documents up yet. We will do that on the consultation responses, but in terms of identifying what there is in front of us, the EIA screening, I think there's been some reference to it being a scoping stage, but it was the screening stage. Core document 2.1 is the local planning authority's screening report.
Yes.
And then your appendix 5 is a screening document from Historic England.
Yes, apologies. I have referred to it as scoping.
And Historic England's document is dated the 12th of January of last year.
Yes.
And then core document 515 is the screening direction from the Secretary of State dated the 31st of January last year. Yes.
Yes.
And we can agree, can't we, that at the screening stage, the only question that people are focusing on is whether the scheme is likely to have significant effects. Yes.
Yes.
Then, before we will go through these consultation responses in some detail, but just in terms of the chronology, that's the consultation response from Historic England dated the 8th of March 2022, which is core document 2.4, yes?
Yes.
Then core document 2.5 is a later consultation response from Historic England dated the 21st of April 2022.
Yes.
And then the local planning authorities officer responded with his consultation response on the 3rd of May 2022, which is core document 2.6, yes?
Yes.
So in terms of people who have considered not just the screening question of is there a likelihood of significant effects, but in terms of people who have actually thought about the analysis under the NPPF, we've got the Historic England inspector, Ms. Ryan, who considers the application twice, yes?
Yes.
We've got the council's own officer.
Yes.
We've obviously then got your views and we've got Dr. Hickey's views, yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Can we, first of all, please pick up the Historic England screening response, which we did look at a bit yesterday, but I want to go back through that properly, please. It's your appendix 5.
Yes.
Because you say in your proof at paragraph 2.12 that this document and Ms. Ryan's assessment, so the consultation response, appear to be at odds with each other. Well, we don't accept that's accurate, and let's just explore why we say it isn't accurate. We can see, can't we, the second paragraph under the first, I can't count this one, the third paragraph even under advice, the one beginning Bramley Conservation Area covers the historic village centre. And we can see towards the end of that paragraph, Historic England say that the conservation area is bounded by fields, showing the important relationship between the village, the farms, and the wider landscape. Yes.
Yes, I can see that. Yes.
And then lower down above the heading to St James's Church, we can see there's a reference to Stocks Farm and the explanation that they think it was associated to the land within the proposed site. Yes.
Yes.
St James's Church, then Historic England pick up on the conservation area appraisal, highlighting the importance of open spaces within the conservation area, and in particular the open countryside to the north, contributing to the setting of the village and especially to the church. Yes.
Yes.
And that's this passage of the conservation area appraisal is the same one that you pick up on in your proof. Yes.
Yes, I believe so.
And just run my computer this morning. So then the next paragraph beginning the heritage statement concludes, we looked at this briefly yesterday. No photographs of the site from the churchyard of St James's towards the site have been provided, so it is not possible to assess whether there is no harm. But we would anticipate the impact to not be significant due to the distance of the proposed development. So it's correct, being fair, isn't it, that Historic England are not reaching any conclusion on the church here because they are expressly saying that they cannot do that because it is impossible. Correct?
That's correct, but it's clear that they're open to the possibility of there being no harm.
Well, in the sense that if you haven't reached a conclusion, you are open to all possibilities, aren't you, Ms Stoten?
Yes, but on this specific issue, they are open to the possibility that there could be no harm.
Yeah, but they are not saying they have reached any conclusion one way or the other at this point in time, are they?
No.
Good, thank you. And we can also agree, can't we? It's possible, isn't it, entirely, and we'll see an example of it later on actually, it's possible to have harm that is harm in terms of the NPPF, but wouldn't be significant in terms of EIA looking for significant effects.
It is possible, yes.
Good, thank you. Moving on to Middle Farm, we saw the second paragraph yesterday and the criticisms that were being made there by Historic England about the adequacy of the heritage statement. But again, the conclusion in the third paragraph is that they do not anticipate the impact to be significant. So again, they're anticipating what the outcome might be once they've got more information, but they're not reaching a conclusion yet, are they?
They're not. The only thing that I would add when you talk about adequacy of the heritage statement, I wrote to the occupants of Middle Farm requesting access. That was not granted to me.
Yeah, I've seen that in your proof of evidence. Thank you. And then over to the next page, the two paragraphs above the heading of the heritage area dealing with Stocks Farm, we can see at the top of the page, actually, it says the report concludes that as the area closest to the farm is proposed to a green corridor, that the harm to Stocks Farm would be a low level of less than substantial harm. That's still your argument, isn't it, in reliance on the proposed green corridor?
The green corridor is part of it. I don't think that adequately reflects the conclusions that I've reached, and I don't think it reflects the conclusions of the heritage statement. My analysis is looking at what the reduction in significance would be, and that takes into account many factors, not just the green corridor.
Yeah, we can see in any event, Historic England don't agree with the conclusion of a low level of less than substantial harm. They say, and even at screening stage, they think the importance of the wider landscape setting has likely been underestimated. The farm is still clearly recognisable as a historic farmstead, as the agricultural buildings survive intact, albeit converted. It still has a close visual relationship with the open land adjoining that once formed part of that farm, and developing on the land as proposed, they think even at screening stage is likely to have a significant impact. And then again, we saw the criticism in the next paragraph yesterday, so we don't need to go back over that. Conservation areas.
Sorry, was there a question I missed?
Yeah, you don't take issue with anything that's been said here in terms of there's a disagreement between Historic England and the Heritage Report. In terms of the conclusion of low level of less than substantial harm, do you?
Well, they say they disagree with the conclusion, but then they go on to say it's likely to have a significant impact. So they haven't reached a firm conclusion themselves.
Yeah, I mean, that's my point, is it's completely inaccurate to say that this is at odds with Historic England's later responses, because as we agree, there is no conclusion being reached in this document. It's an initial assessment of what the likely impact might be.
Well, it is open to the possibility of no harm to the church.
And to harm.
Yes, that's correct. But I consider that there are differences in terms of how things have been considered. So I do think to some degree it is that there are elements that are at odds.
Okay, Bramley Conservation Area.
Apologies, I left a bit of a pause. Whilst I accept that they haven't reached conclusions, they have concluded on what's likely to be significant. And looking at how significance is considered in EIA, it's clear that they are concluding higher impacts than later work through. So yes, I do consider that there are elements that are at odds.
So you do think we can compare the EIA analysis to people's conclusions later on in relation to the MPPF then?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
You do think that we can compare people's analysis in relation to EIA with people's analysis applying the MPPF?
These conclude on significant impacts, which you can work back through the EIA matrices to see what their level of impact was, to then relate that to the MPPF. It takes a little bit of unpicking, because I don't agree with the matrix-based approach feeding into the MPPF, but you can work back through it. So no, you can't take the results of the matrix-based approach and feed them into the MPPF. You have to unpick it back through the tables.
Right, so if you can't do this, how can it be said that this document is remotely inconsistent with anything Historic England said later?
Because when you look at what a significant level of impact would be with regards to absolute levels of impact to the significance of a heritage asset, which I looked at in my section 2 of my proof, you can work back and pick it and compare.
I'm going to pick this up in submissions. We can see under conservation area, can't we, that the position at this point in time from Historic England is overall there's likely to be an impact because some of the wider agricultural landscape would be lost, but not likely to be significant in EIA terms. So this is an example, I said we're coming to one, of the way in which you can have harm, but it might not reach the level to achieve significance for the purposes of EIA, yes?
Yes, absolutely. And this is an example of how you have to work back through the significance tables in order to understand and compare the later response, because there's no evidence of them using the matrix-based approach to reach their levels in the later the later consultation responses. Indeed, they don't use the terms in this. This is specifically EIA.
Right, thank you. I think that's everything we need to pick up off that document. Can we next find core document 2.4, please?
Would it be possible to know what that is? So I might have a hard copy of it.
Historic England response to consultation response of the 8th of March.
So bear with me, I may well have timed out on the core docs. Apologies for the delay. And the core document reference again, sorry.
2.4.
I have that. Apologies for the delay.
Thank you. Now, in summary terms, the position of Historic England in this consultation response and the next one that we'll come to, which is the 21st of April, is that in relation to the church, Stocks Farm and the conservation area, there would be less than substantial harm in the middle of the range, yes?
Yes.
And that view is unchanged between this letter and the one that comes on the 21st of April, yes?
Yes.
Thank you. And if we look for the reasons why Historic England reaches that view, we can see that the overall reasoning is set out in the first paragraph under summary on page 1. It's the removal of much of the wider rural setting and the reduction in the appreciation of Bramley as historically a small rural village with strong agricultural ties that is of concern to the officer, isn't it?
Yes.
And then we can see on the conservation area on so page 2 in the first paragraph, the view is that Bramley is a small rural village, and highlighted are the fields that bound the area that the officer considers to show the important relationship between the village, the farms and the wider landscape, yes?
Yes, I see that.
And the officer's view is that the rural setting is an important part of the significance of the conservation area that enhances the character of the village, and that it's unusual because it hasn't been surrounded by modern development, yes?
Yes.
On the church, we can see, having identified the significance of the origins, the tower, the Brockes aisle, and the beauty of the building and its function as a local landmark, we can see the office points out that the views from the north place it in an attractive rural landscape, and the officer thinks that that does enhance the aesthetic value of the building, yes?
I can see that, but I can see no evidence that they went out to look at these views themselves.
Do you actually know whether they did?
No, I don't know for sure. There's no mention of a site visit.
Either way, yeah.
No, that's correct. Normally, I expect them to explicitly say I've been out to site.
Yeah, have you contacted this officer to ask? Her emails at the bottom of the letter.
No, I haven't. No.
Did you ask the council to do that for you?
No.
Then we can see, picking up where we were, there's a sentence that says further north on the street, and then picks up Stocks Farm and again identifies the past associations with the appeal site, yes?
Yes.
And then we can see above the heading Stocks Farm, the officer says she thinks the impacts are greatest to Stocks Farm, the church and the conservation area. And so the letter is going to focus on the assets. In relation to Middle Farm, we know that the officer must have thought there was less harm to that asset because she's not focusing on it, but we don't actually know because it's not dealt with what her view was in relation to whether there was any harm at all to Middle Farm, do we?
No, we don't know. I would have, it's, whilst Historic England's remit includes grade 2-star and grade 1 listed buildings, they will often comment on grade 2 listed buildings if they consider there will be harm, but they haven't commented.
And it wouldn't be right to suggest that they always comment whenever they think there's any harm to a grade 2 listed building, do they?
No.
Thank you. Under Stocks Farm, we can see the acknowledgement of the significance derived from artistic and historic interests as a good example of the 19th century farmhouse, but also in the officer's view from its illustrative value at the core of a historic farmstead with close connections with its immediate rural landscape, yes?
Yes, absolutely. And of course, Stocks Farm is a grade 2 listed building.
Yeah, and
so clearly they are commenting on this.
Yes, and we can see the officer observes that there is still a close visual relationship with the open land adjoining that once formed part of the farm. You don't disagree with that observation, do you?
Well, it's their observation.
Do you agree with it? So,
sorry, I'm just looking at it. Yes, it does have a close visual relationship.
Thank you. And now I know that you don't agree with the next part where she says developing on the land as proposed would have a significant impact on Stocks Farm. Do you dispute that the development would remove all of the rural landscape setting to the farm?
So the development would, as I've noted in my proof, remove the farmland in the vicinity, in the immediate vicinity of it. I've noted in my proof that the change to the land within the site, and also that the other land in the vicinity of it that was associated with it has been developed.
Do you, yes or no, please, then add whatever you like. Do you disagree with this officer when she says that Stocks Farm would lose all of its rural landscape setting if the scheme comes forward?
I don't think it would lose all of its rural landscape setting. It would still have a view corridor through to wider areas. I would agree that it would lose a lot of its rural landscape setting.
What are the wider areas that you're referring to, please?
So the view corridor goes through the development. There's open space beyond it, and then there would be wider land beyond that.
So we're talking about wide areas beyond the site, yes?
I think you would have land beyond it, yes.
So your view is that the land to the other side of the site, away from the farmhouse, accurately can be described as forming part of the rural landscape setting of this asset?
I would. I'm not sure. No, bear with me. I need to look at a couple of sources to answer you precisely on that. I think you would still, following the development, you would still get it would be a channeled view, and it would be a distant view. I wouldn't say it loses it entirely. I would say that a lot of it will change its character, certainly.
Right, this is quite an important point, so I just want to be precise about it, please. The Historic England's officer is saying there would be a loss of all of the rural landscape setting of the asset, yes?
That's what they're saying.
Yeah, and you're saying you don't accept that because you think there would be part of the setting retained with the scheme in place that is rural landscape.
Yes, because there would be land beyond the site that you would get glimpsed views to from the asset itself. I'm not saying, I will say that there will be a very large reduction in the experience of it within the setting, but I wouldn't say it is removed entirely.
And so some points you can note from that. So you think the setting of this asset extends to the other side of the site?
Yes.
And you say that the fact that there will be glimpsed views from the asset towards that yonder rural land is sufficient to mean that some historic interest in terms of the rural landscape setting will be retained, yeah?
A very small amount, and I can tell you on what basis I've I've looked at that in answer to your specific question on this matter. I've looked at patterns of land ownership, and I've looked at the views from the asset in the rear of it. I would agree that there would be a reduction, a very great reduction, most of it, and the immediate area will certainly change. There will still be a glimpsed view to the wider area, including an area that was historically associated with it.
Right, thank you. One moment, I just need to remember to come back to this later. Thank you for that. Just seeing what else we need to give out in relation to this letter. Yeah, I mean, we can see what the officer is saying at the end of this page. Disagreement with the conclusion about the wider landscape making a minor contribution to significance, or that there be a low level of harm to significance. The question I have on that, and then what is said next, is that the officer notes that the area closest to the building will be open space and is planned for a balancing pond. But her view is that nevertheless there would be removal of the wider open landscape that is currently appreciable from the farm. So in heritage terms, historically in England don't accept the argument that the change from rural agricultural land to open space would not be harmful to this asset, do they?
So historic England don't accept that the change. Sorry, could you possibly repeat that, please?
Yeah, reading this paragraph and what the officer says about the open space and the pond, we can see that in heritage terms, historic England don't agree that the change to open space would not be harmful to the significance of this heritage asset.
That's correct, and it's not my case either. I recognise the change of character of the site, including this corridor. It's open space, but it changes from farmland.
Are you saying you recognise that that is harmful to significance?
Yes.
Thank you. And we can see the rejection. I'll just let you read the paragraphs. Under the church, St James's Church, the open fields are seen to give a rural character to the wider setting of the conservation area and the church when viewed from the north. And then we can see that Historic England's reasoning in respect to the church is that it's possible to appreciate that the church was situated on the northern edge of the historic settlement in its rural context. Construction of the houses would remove much of the wider rural landscape to the north of the church and erode the understanding. And again, the officer appreciates the efforts that have been made to keep the southernmost field as open space, but her view is that nevertheless there would be a degree of harm to the significance. And on this point, there's a difference in opinion between you, isn't there? Because you don't agree with the officer about the open space and not impacting on the significance of the asset.
There's a lot in that. So I don't agree with that keeping the open space preserves the significance of the asset. Well, this goes to the root of, I don't consider that those fields contribute to the heritage significance of the asset. And it also goes to the root of how well informed Historic England have been when they've made this judgment, because they speak about the open fields give a rural character to the wider setting of the conservation area and church when viewed from the north. Well, that's a very small level of analysis, isn't it? It's talking about the open fields. It's not actually thinking about any views. I see no evidence that they've been out and they've looked at the different views, that they've looked at the difference in terms of views across the site to views from the footpath to the north of the church. And these are really different because following their own guidance, you need to take account of whether those views contribute to the heritage significance of the asset through setting. Now, they say currently it's possible to appreciate that the church was situated on the northern edge of the historic settlement in its rural context. Well, actually, if you look at the view that I've identified and the area north that I've identified as contributing, which that view goes across, you can get some of that information from that view. And so that is my plate 14 on page 21. You can get an idea from this view of the context of the church in relation to whether it is close to the edge of the settlement, because you can see not only the tower, you can get an idea of the body of the church, the location of the churchyard, and the location of the buildings in relation to it. What you can't see in the view across the site from Brenda Parker Way, which is on my plate 20, page 26. When you get to these views, you can't see the context of the church in relation to the settlement. You can just get a glimpse of the very uppermost elements of the tower surrounded by trees. You don't understand that context. And that's why I don't think they have informed themselves very well as to the difference that views make in this respect.
We're going to come back to all of that later on when we look at assets individually. So that is the response, the first consultation response in relation to St. Church. The paragraph then on the conservation area that I don't need to ask you about because we can see what it said, but then we can see the overall conclusion. Second paragraph of the heading Bramley Conservation Area is overall considered development cause harm. It's historically harmed, particularly the significance of Stocks Farm and to a lesser extent St. David's Church and Conservation Area, but we're agreed that what is being said there is that for all of those three assets, the harm is in the middle of the range of less than substantial harm. Just on the suggestion that somehow the fact that the officer goes on to talk about housing need means that we should, I don't know, throw some suspicion on her heritage assessment. We can see, can't we, because we've just been looking at it, the structure of this letter is that the heritage assessment comes first and then comments about housing need, yes?
Yes, followed by their recommendation following on from that.
Yeah, and we can also see, having just looked at it in some detail, and the reason we did that was so that I can put this question to you. The heritage assessment is fully independent of the officer's comments on housing need, isn't it? She doesn't say, for example, well, I would have said it was going to be middle of the range, less than substantial harm, but because there's housing need, I'm actually going to reduce that to low, less than substantial harm. There's no suggestion in the letter that the housing need issue has infected heritage judgments, is there?
No.
Good, thank you. Let me just, whilst we're on this point, actually, let me look at paragraph 2.11 of your proof.
Yes.
And we can see that Ms. Ryan was challenged on her consideration of matters relating to housing need. She issued a second response reiterating the assessment of harm and didn't comment on housing need matters again. So what happened at this point about, oh, we shouldn't be talking about housing need, was challenged to Historic England, and Ms. Ryan stood by her assessment, didn't she?
Yes.
In heritage terms.
Yes.
Thank you. can we get up the next core document 2.5, please, which is the 21st of April letter? Let me know when you have that, please.
Yes, apologies, my core docs aren't in numerical order on there. I have that.
Good, thank you. And we can see Historic England advice. Well, let's start. Thank you for your letter of the 1st of April regarding further information. On the basis of this information, we offer the following advice. And then Historic England advice, the amendments include the environmental statement and an updated built heritage statement. But the advice in this letter should be read in conjunction with the early 8th of March letter, yes?
Yes.
We can see, sorry, my computer is being very unhelpful this morning. We can see from this that the environmental statement was sent to Historic England. And if we look at the next paragraph, where there's a reference to the environmental statement concludes that the impact of Stocks Farmhouse would be minor to moderate adverse, we can see that Historic England seem to have taken into account the chapter on the historic environment.
Yes.
And there's not any suggestion from them. We've seen them be critical of documentation provided by the applicant before, but there's no criticism of the analysis in the environmental statement, is there?
No.
Good. And so I'm not going to spend time going through what this letter says because you can read it in due course
and it replicates
in closing. But the inspector's right, Ms. Stowe, to suggest that the analysis replicates Ms. Ryan's assessment from the 8th of March.
Yes, her conclusions are the same.
Good. Then could we just briefly turn up 2.6, core document 2.6, which is the local authority officer.
Sorry, apologies. I'm looking for 2.6 again. Many apologies. I must be skipping over it.
If you're relying on the website,
I am.
it's buried in the environment statement between Appendix 14 and Figure 4.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you so much. I have that. Thank
Good,
you.
thank you very much. Now, once you have it, we can see recommendation was objection. And then going down to the comments, which begin at the bottom of page 1.
Yes.
We can see what's said there. I'm not going to read it all out. We can see, so the first paragraph on page 2, there's reference to the conservation area appraisal and to the importance of the open countryside to the north of the conservation area as part of the setting of the church. The officer notes that that's referenced in the appraisal, so he and Historic England and you have all identified that aspect of the conservation area appraisal as being of significance, yes?
Yes.
His view is that the church is particularly prominent within the setting of the open countryside to the north. There's then under assessment of impact, a reference to the fact that, as we know, this is an outline, and so the illustrative site layout is a supporting document, but he gives it very limited weight. I noticed that you picked up on that in your proof. Is there a disagreement between you and the officer as to the weight to be given?
To the illustrative layout?
Yeah.
Yes, I don't think you can give it very limited weight. It's something which is backed up by analysis and the design and access statement. And it's something which is deliverable in terms of reserve matters application for the scheme. It sets out the intention, and it's controllable through reserve matters. So I don't think it's right to give it very limited weight.
Okay, I'm not going to go back over the cross-examination from yesterday, but you accept, I assume, having, I think, listened to that yesterday, that we don't know at the moment whether the layout that comes forward ultimately will be the illustrative site layout, do we?
No, we don't know that it will be the illustrative layout, but we know it's within the control of the council to require something which is in accordance with it, in terms of heritage. If the impacts were found to be the same, then it's within the council's gift to control that. So I think it's something that we can give weight to. It's appropriate to use as a basis for assessment, and indeed the council's own witness has done so.
So have you, when you disagree that it, when you're saying to me it should be given more than very limited weight, are you doing that on the basis that your understanding is that the council could, if it wanted to, insist that the scheme look like it does in the illustrative layout?
It's not a case that I consider that the council could insist that it looks exactly like it. Mm-hmm. I consider that it's within the control of the council to control matters relating to it, which relate to the heritage assets and my consideration of them. So I consider that it's an appropriate basis for assessment.
But we can accept that something is a sufficient basis for an assessment, and nevertheless decide we should give it limited weight because we don't know if ultimately the scheme is going to actually look like that, can't we?
Well, I think you have to be careful. I think it is not a case that I think that the council can insist it looks exactly like it, but it's as an appropriate basis for assessment. I think it's appropriate to give it more than limited weight. Okay, we'll leave that there. The next paragraph is the officer's view in relation to Stocks Farmhouse and Middle Farmhouse. He notes historic association with the site in ownership and likely in use, and his view is that even if the dwellings are limited to the northern 2/3 of the site and the southern element is retained as open space, because the proposed development would end the agricultural use of the site, that would impair the ability to appreciate the historic connection between the site and the listed farm buildings, which would be harmful to their significance and to the ability to appreciate such significance. Now, as I've understood your evidence, we might be at fault in terms of where within the spectrum of less than substantial harm we come out, but in terms of there actually being an impact on significance in the way that he describes, you don't disagree with him, do you? I don't disagree that that there is a contribution from the farmland, and that would be affected by the proposed development. Of course, there are elements that I disagree with, as you noted.
That's very fair, thank you. And we can see, just to enable us to get our bearings when I come back to kind of tie this all together, we can see he's saying middle of the less than substantial category in relation to Stocks Farm and Middle Farm, can't we?
Yes.
And then the church, we can see why he says it, so I'll just go through that. But his conclusion on the church at the end of that paragraph is upper end of the less than substantial category, yes?
Yes, I can see that, but it is really important to note the basis that he's done it. I mean, in the few paragraphs above the heading assessment of impact, he again says it's noted that the church is particularly prominent within the setting of open countryside to the north. And again, that's really indicative to me of the level of analysis that has been undertaken in order to provide his assessment.
looking at the paragraph, okay, I wasn't going to go through it, but we will need to, looking at the paragraph we were just at, so the one, the substantive paragraph dealing with the church. Can you see it? The one that begins, the Church of St James is also a landmark building.
Yes.
We can see that in addition to what you just mentioned, he says proposals would impair the ability to appreciate the character of the church as a small church serving a small settlement within a rural setting. Yes?
Yes, I see that.
So it's not correct to suggest that his conclusion on the church is predicated solely on the point that you just made, is it?
I think there does appear to be an element of it being informed by that statement, because as I've shown in my analysis, when you dig deeper into it and when you look at the areas that do and don't contribute to the significance of the church through setting, the church, the site doesn't, but there are areas that do, and you need to differentiate. So there are areas outside of the site that I consider provide the historic context for the church. And I've highlighted those areas and I've mentioned a particular view. And I don't consider that the church contributes in that way.
Sorry.
No,
I didn't mean to interrupt. I genuinely thought you'd finished. If you haven't, please continue.
I was going to say that the consideration of the church as on one hand prominent in the fields to the north, but without looking at the areas from which you actually get those views in which it has prominence, and the views in which you can understand the location of the church in relation to the settlement, suggests to me that it hasn't the analysis on which this is, or rather the understanding on which this is based is not correct.
Yeah, we're going to come back to these points later. But for now, we can note that the officer doesn't agree with you, does he? Because he clearly does think that the site, where's the paragraph gone? Yeah, he clearly does think that the site contributes to the character of the church as a small church serving a small settlement in a rural setting. We'll come back to analyse whether you're correct to disagree with him, but we can note, can't we, that he doesn't agree with you?
Yes, yeah. That's fair enough. Yes.
The conservation area, I'm not going to go through, given the level of agreement between you and Dr. Hickey on this stage. We can note that the officer's view is that it's upper end of less than substantial harm, and clearly neither you nor Dr. Hickey agree with him on that score.
Well, yes.
And then non-designated heritage assets, he does give a rating applying the less than substantial category of the NPPF and puts it as middle, yes?
Yes, that's neither the evidence of Dr. Hickey nor I would consider an appropriate use of terminology.
Yeah, I'm not. All I'm seeking to do for now is that the inspector has the opportunity to see what everyone's views are on the assets, and then we'll come back and have a look at what the overall picture is in a moment. We can see what his conclusion is in terms of overall a severe adverse impact. Within the less than substantial category, generally at the upper and middle ends of the scale. Good. And
you can also see from this the differentiation between the EIA. There's no, they discuss less than substantial harm category separately to the EIA category.
We'll come back to that later because I don't agree with you, but anyway, we will come back to it. Just for trying to get our bearings to begin with in terms of other people's responses. When we consider the picture in the round, I'm not interested in the screening opinions because it's correct, isn't it, that they are not looking to ask themselves, where in terms of the NPPF is it substantial harm or less than substantial harm, yeah?
Well, I'm interested in some elements.
Screening, okay. We can agree, we have already agreed, the screening letters are not concerned with where in the spectrum of less than substantial harm the harm will sit, are they? They don't look at that.
No,
Right, good.
So you can work back through it, knowing the level of
You
significance
haven't
of the
done that
assets.
exercise, have you, in your proof?
Well,
You haven't done that exercise in your proof, have you? There is nowhere where you have a table or anything to tell me this is what the screening letter has said about significance. This is what I understand the author of that letter to actually have been thinking about in terms of the MPPF. That's nowhere in your evidence, and it wasn't in your evidence in chief, was it?
could you bear with me just a second so I can review what I've said on that? I haven't presented it as a table. In my paragraph 2.13, I say less than substantial harm in the middle of the spectrum as assessed by Ms. Ryan to a grade 1 listed building would clearly be significant. So that's in terms of EIA. So Historic England scoping responses are at odds with Ms. Ryan's assessment. So yes, I have tried to work back through it and present why I think it was at odds in my proof.
You provided me with absolutely no way of understanding how you even get to that conclusion, have you?
It's in the EIA.
Right, well, we'll come to look at that later. Can we're making quite slow progress with Stoughton, and I don't wish to constrict your answers at all, but we have an awful lot of material to get through today, and I'm going to be very far beyond my time estimate at the moment. So can we just please focus on the question that I was going to put to you, which is agreeing that the screening letters themselves do not attempt, and whatever you can say about that calculating, fine, but the letters themselves make no attempt to address less than substantial harm under the NPPF, focusing on the people who have expressed a view about where in the less than substantial harm category we are, and taking it asset by asset. We have seen that in relation to the church, Historic England, Ms. Ryan says middle of the less than substantial harm range, yes?
Yes.
The local planning authority says upper.
Yes.
Dr. Hickey, says middle.
Yes.
And you say no harm at all.
Yes.
And sorry, sir, I should say you might want to. I'm going to be coming back to these conclusions, so if you wouldn't mind taking a note, that would be very helpful. And then Middle Farm, Historic England, it's fair to say, doesn't identify any harm.
That's correct.
The local planning authority identifies middle, less than substantial harm.
Yes.
Dr. Hickey says lower, less than substantial harm.
Yes.
And you say lower most, less than substantial harm.
Yes.
And then Stocks Farm, Historic England says middle, less than substantial harm.
Yes.
Local planning authority also says middle.
Yes.
Dr. Hickey says upper.
Sorry, I was reading the wrong thing on my table. Yes.
Oh, I see that you have done the same exercise.
Yes.
Dr. Hickey says upper and you say low.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
And the conservation area, Historic England says middle.
Yes.
Local planning authority says upper.
Yes.
Dr. Hickey says lower.
Yes.
And you say low.
Yes.
And then non-designated local planning authority says middle, less than substantial harm.
Yes.
Dr. Hickey says very lower end of less than substantial harm.
Yes.
And you don't analyse it in those terms, but your conclusion is very minor harm.
Yes.
And in the same way as we've agreed that actually in relation to the conservation area, really there isn't any sort of substantial difference between you and Dr. Hickey, can we also agree that, as he did in his oral evidence yesterday, he was prepared to agree that there wasn't a difference between you on the non-designated heritage assets? Are you content with that as well?
I am, yes.
Good, thank you. Now, having jotted all that down, we can see that the people who have been looking at harm for the purposes of the NPPF, in relation to the church, everybody other than you has concluded that there will be at least a degree of harm to significance, yes?
Yes, absolutely. But I stand by my analysis in terms of the level of assessment that I've presented.
Okay, and in Stocks Farm, you say low, Historic England and the local planning authority officer say middle, and Dr. Hickey says upper. On Middle Farm, there's then the local planning authority at the top, as it were, with middle, and then Dr. Hickey with lower, and then you at the bottom, as it were, with lowermost, yes?
Yes.
An agreement on the conservation area and the non-designated heritage assets. So just stepping back, there've been a lot of criticisms of Dr. Hickey's methodology, and I'll come back to those later, but stepping back from the detail of those and doing a sense check in terms of where do Dr. Hickey's views come out against everyone else's, you agree with him in relation to the conservation area and the non-designated assets, yes?
Yes.
And actually, in relation to the conservation area, it is the pair of you who are saying, you know, that there will be the lowest level of harm, and it's Historic England and the Planning Authority officer who say that actually the harm will be higher than both you and Dr. Hickey think it will be.
Yes.
And again, on the non-designated heritage assets, you and Dr. Hickey are in agreement, and it's the local planning authority officer who thinks there will be more harm to those assets, because he says middle and you say essentially very lower.
Yes.
Yeah. And then on Middle Farmhouse, the pair of you are essentially, you know, one sort of notch apart in that Dr. Hickey says lower and you say lowermost. But the local planning authority officer is above both of you, yes?
Yes.
And then on the church, there's a range of views with the local planning authority officer at the top, with Upper Historic England and Dr. Hickey in the middle of the range, both saying middle, less substantial harm, and you at the lowest end of the range saying no harm at all, yes?
Yes.
And then for Stocks Farmhouse, admittedly in relation to that asset, Dr. Hickey is at the top with Upper, and Historic England and the local planning authority are in the middle, and then you're at the bottom end saying low, less than substantial harm, yes?
Yes.
I mean, it hardly suggests, does it, that analysis as a sense check, that there's anything wrong with Dr. Hickey's methodology, because there is only one asset where it is he who identifies more harm than everyone else does, which is Stocks Farmhouse, and even then he's only one notch above Historic England and the local planning authority. So when we look at the position in the round, if that doesn't support an argument that somehow Dr. Hickey's methodology is taken to the wrong place, does it?
Well, I mean, there's a huge amount in that. I just don't think it's an appropriate sense check to consider it in that way. I don't think it's an appropriate sense check when the methodology is fundamentally wrong. A better sense check would be to look at the levels of impact that Dr. Hickey identifies in terms of his actual levels of impact and compare those. And when you do that, he's minor for the church, minor for Middle Farmhouse, minor for the conservation area, and moderate for Stocks Farm. I think that would be a better thing to sense check, because that's comparing apples with apples, whereas I fundamentally disagree with the matrix approach. So I just don't see what the sense check achieves.
You will have heard Dr. Lee's explanation of the fact that if you just take, you know, the y-axis and you ignore the x-axis, then the conclusion that you get to in the middle of that matrix is null and void, yes?
I don't agree with that analysis. I heard it, but I think it's completely incorrect, because I've explained in detail why I think it's a proportionate loss of significance that is the appropriate test. I've related it back to the requirements of the NPPF. I've related it back to all the key guidance. I've said why his matrix doesn't work. He's admitted in cross-examination that it's inconsistent with the framework. When he updated it on the hoof, I maintain it's still inconsistent with the framework. It double counts. Doesn't take into account the correct terminology for non-designated heritage assets. I just don't see how you can do a quick sense check of looking at other views, which I consider their analysis is nowhere near what's required in order to provide quality evidence to the inspector. So I don't think that's an appropriate sense check.
You're not going to tell me, though, that the inspector can't, and, you know, I don't know. Are you going to tell me that the inspector can't have regard to what Historic England and the local planning authority had to say about this?
Absolutely not. The inspector can have regard to those. Of course he can. But But of course, I would invite him to consider the quality and the extent of the analysis that has informed those responses, which is evident from the responses themselves.
Do you agree with me that the inspector should give great weight to Historic England's views?
I think that's a matter for submissions because it goes to weight.
I'm not interested in whether there's a legal obligation on him to do so. That is a legal question, as I will address in my closing submissions. As a heritage professional who deals with Historic England's consultation responses, very frequently, what is your view on whether it would be appropriate for the inspector to give great weight to Historic England's views?
My view is that the inspector should have regard to them, but he should also have regard to the quality of analysis that's informed them and the understanding expressed in the body of the text of the reviews of the responses themselves.
Thank you. This double counting point. I think, as I've understood it, what is being said is that once you've worked out what the harm will be, so for example, you've worked out that you're dealing with mid-range, less than substantial harm to an asset, the point that's being made is that the NPPF requires you to give more weight to that harm in the planning balance where the asset is of higher importance or value. So I assume what's being said is that we shouldn't take into account the importance or value of the asset in working out what the harm will be. Is that your understanding of this concern that you have, as I've understood it, about double counting?
Well, my concern is, having looked at the descriptions given in the NPPF and the PPG as to how you express harm should be the impact on the significance of the asset. So it's the reduction in significance of the asset. It's not a consideration of what level of asset it is designated as. That's then taken account in the paragraph or part of paragraph that you consider it under. I understood that Dr. Hickey, I was here, Dr. Hickey agreed that it was double counting.
You just now, can we pick up page 21 of Dr. Hickey's evidence? You are suggesting, as I understood everything yesterday and from your answer just now, you're suggesting we should be chopping out the left-hand column that says heritage value and the one next to it, very high, high, medium, low, negligible, detrimental. So you want to get rid of this part of the matrix.
I don't agree with a matrix-based approach.
Yeah, but you just said to me, and I was really surprised because I don't see how you can, but you just said to me 5 minutes ago that actually the proper comparison in terms of Dr. Hickey's analysis is to just take his magnitude score. So you want to disregard this heritage value column. But heritage value, if we look at table 2 on the next page, it's not just about, is this grade 1 or grade 2? It's not just about the listing, if there is one. It's about, the actual substance of the value of the asset, isn't it, Ms. Stoughton?
Heritage significance is indeed about the substance. It's about heritage significance that is built up from the heritage interests of the asset. And you have to understand that and then work out what the harm to that significance is going to be. So yes, absolutely, you have to understand it. It's not just about listing. You have to fully understand the significance of it and then work out the degree of harm.
Yes, so I think we have common ground on this then, because we agree, don't we, that in order to work out what the harm will be. So in order to work out the nature and the extent of the harm to the significance of the asset, we do have to take into account the importance, the value of the asset, yes?
No, you have to take into account how the significance of the asset is derived. You don't have to take into account whether it's of any particular level of significance. You have to understand it in order to understand how the significance may be reduced or lost, but you don't need to think about the level of significance.
How can you possibly understand the nature and the extent of the harm to the significance without having understood the level of the significance to begin with?
Because you understand its constituent parts. You understand what the significance is made up of and which elements and their relative contribution to the overall significance and the reduction of that significance. You don't need to know the level of significance overall. We're talking about harm, proportionate loss of significance.
But look at table 2. You know, this doesn't just say, this isn't just low, not listed at all, medium, grade 2, high, grade 2 star, very high, grade 1. With Dr. Hickey is not just saying, oh, well, I'm not going to consider the substance of the significance. I'm just going to look at what the department has decided to list it at, is it? He is looking at the substance of the significance of the asset, which you've agreed is appropriate for him to do.
Yes, but there's a difference between understanding the constituent parts of significance and in order to express harm and combining that with the level that you get to. There's a difference. You can understand fully the significance of an asset, understand its proportionate harm. The point is that you don't need to then times one by the other to get to a result. You can fully understand the constituent elements, how its significance is built up in order to articulate the relative loss of significance, i.e. the harm.
So when you when you're assessing the level of harm to significance of a grade 2 listed building, you arrive at your conclusions in terms of the harm to the significance of the building without even acknowledging that it's a grade 2 listed building, do you, Stoughton?
Well, the approach I take is to look at the building, look at those elements that contribute to its significance, those elements of its built form, those elements of its setting, and then assess the impact upon those and express it as a proportion of, in the scale of harm. It's and then if it's less than substantial at the middle of the spectrum, then take that to the NPPF, which then says how that should be considered.
But that is what Dr. Hickey's table 2 is also doing. It's looking to identify where the significance of the asset is located, isn't it?
Yes, but that should be done in any assessment of significance. Just because he does it as part of an overly complicated process, in my view, doesn't make it correct. Just because one of his elements is necessary to the understanding of impact doesn't mean that his whole approach is correct.
I'm just struggling to find, you've agreed that Dr. Hickey's table 2 exercise is actually something that you also think about. And then the other aspect of his table of his matrix is table 3, which is working out what the change will be. And I can't imagine for a second you're going to tell me that you don't do that yourself, because you have to, surely.
Yes, you work out the impact, yes.
Right, so where is Dr. Hickey going wrong, given that you agree that you yourself undertake an exercise that is, the table 2 exercise, and you undertake the table 3 exercise?
No, I don't agree that I undertake the table 2 exercise. I undertake an exercise of considering the whole of the significance of the asset, the proportionate reduction in significance, i.e. harm, and then express that as that level of harm to that level of structure. What I don't do is times one by the other to come up with a level and then squinch that into an overall spectrum of harm. There is a definite stage that we disagree about, and it's that stage.
I failed to find a separate stage somehow, because your answer just then was that you look at the whole of the significance to understand that. Well, I put to you that is what Dr. Hickey is doing in his table 2, and you agreed with me.
No, that isn't what Dr. Hickey's doing in his table 2. He's considering significance, and then he's identifying a level to that significance. I look at significance and then carry out the stage which he would call magnitude of impact of change. I just consider it articulating harm as required by the NPPF. What I don't do is then take that, times it by the impact to come out with something which is then articulated in terms of the asset itself and ported into various paragraphs of the NPPF. There is a fundamental difference between us.
How can you understand the significance of an asset? Okay, fine.
Excuse me, I'm finding Dr. Hickey.
Apologies.
That my response
No,
is quite distracting.
I have actually received complaints about Dr. Hickey's behaviour in terms of pulling faces and grimacing and laughing at me.
While our layout is unusual in that I do have you quite significantly facing me more than we do in normal inquiries, it's not something I'm picking up on, perhaps because my focus is that way to
Yes, so I'm not picking it up either, but
the thing. But appreciating the situation of the pressure that's on people sitting in witness tables, if there is an element of that, if we can control it, I'd be grateful.
So we had a similar discussion on our side of the room yesterday, which I don't trouble you with, but it was had. So,
Well, I was equally as unaware.
I'm sure all parties will take the hint and comport themselves in an appropriate way. How, Ms. Stoughton, can you understand? I mean, fine. I take the point that you might, as I've understood it, you don't choose to say significance is very high, medium, or low. But looking at the substance of the analysis, in order to properly understand the significance of the asset, you have to work out, surely, am I looking at an architectural feature that, frankly, nobody really cares about, or is it something that the Secretary of State or the local planning authority has identified as being important?
That goes to my level of harm. That doesn't go to my consideration. Of course, I understand the significance of the asset, and I then consider the proportionate reduction in that significance of the asset. It's incorrect, and Dr. Hickey has been explicit that it's double counting. He agreed with Mr. Banner that it's double counting. So I don't understand why this is an issue.
You're going to just stop commenting on my questions, Ms. Stoughton, and allow me to ask them, please. And I'm sure Mr. Banner will be very capable of putting his submissions forward at the end of the inquiry. But please just don't answer by commenting on why you're being asked these questions. I'm entitled to ask you the questions that I need to ask to put my case in my closing submissions. You just told me that your approach is to factor in, where in the range of architectural interest, from local interest to national interest. You just told me, and I was very confused by this, that is something you factor in assessing the harm.
No, what I factor in...
That is what you said. Are you changing your answer?
I'm not changing my answer. I'm trying to explain it further in order for the inspector to understand my case. Of course, you take into account, and your example was, is it an element whether the local planning authority would consider it to be of significance, or is it something that they wouldn't consider to be of significance? And that is absolutely a consideration in my analysis, because my analysis is, does it contribute to the overall heritage significance of the asset? And if it does, then change to it would, if it is removing or changing something which contributes to significance, would be harmful. So my direct approach of considering a proportionate loss of significance is correct.
But aside from whether or not it's helpful or appropriate to add labels, so for Dr. Hickey to have the left-hand column in this table too, where it's low, medium, high, very high. I mean, the debate about that from seems to be an average one, so let's just leave that aside for now. In terms of the substance of the analysis, which is really what we're interested in, we do agree, don't we, that it is necessary. It's not even just that it's appropriate, it is necessary to reach views on, for example, how important, what is the value of the architectural features of the asset, yes?
I will agree with you that the substance of the analysis of significance is important. You just said that let's leave aside the issue of very high, high, medium and low. And you can't do that because I express my harm as a proportionate loss of the total significance and then say what asset it relates to and its designation. And that is the appropriate information to give to the decision maker, whether it's the planner or the inspector. What you can't do is do your level of the substance of analysis and then peg it to a level of overall significance, and then times it by impact, and then use another table to come out with something else and feed that information to the decision maker. It's not transparent. It's not the information that's required by the MPPF and the PPG. And as we've seen from looking at Dr. Hickey's tables, it's inconsistent with the MPPF because Dr. Hickey's tables, as originally formulated, don't allow for key considerations. And Dr. Hickey's tables, as updated, still don't align with tests of information required by the PPG.
So can I cut through this a little bit, maybe? I do think I understand the positions of both parties on this. I do ask whether are the questions being triggered by a concern that the appellants will take some case of an unreasonable approach, or are they just triggered by trying to get to the bottom of what the difference is between them? I'm going to ask that of Mr. Banner in a second, just to make sure that that isn't where we're going with that.
Doesn't go to cost. I mean,
Thank you.
My position is that the approach that
It gives a wrong answer, but it doesn't go to
I guess an unlawful answer actually.
right.
I mean, you're being asked to adopt an approach the MPP
Double count.
would be actionable in court.
Okay. Well, okay. It's all right. I just wonder because we've had a lot of questions, and I've had the same answer from.
Yes, so I had actually finished
on it.
that section of the
Okay.
cross-examination on the
Okay.
basis that I don't think I'm going to advance my understanding of the appellant's position any further. I'm just looking for.
Okay.
Sorry, I've been locked
That's
out
right, that's
of the core documents, so that was actually a very useful moment for you to ask a question.
I'll have a quick chat while you reload the website. Yeah.
This is the juncture, please, at which I would like us to turn up the PPG, the planning practice guidance on the historic environment.
I have that. They're going to specific paragraphs within this is.
A joy because they're never in the right order, yes.
And they're numbered at the end.
So the paragraph that we need, I don't know if you have the
I've got the
search function button that might allow you to punch a number in and find it that way, but it's 035.
Could you just give me a moment to catch up? Because
This is impacts on World Heritage
Yes,
Sites.
within the section on World Heritage Sites.
this is in 18A, is it?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
I thought they'd have a better indexing way, but yeah, thank you.
You have that, Ms. Toten.
I think I do, yes.
There is the heading for this bit is what approach can be taken to assessing the impact of development on World Heritage Sites, yes?
Yes.
And we can see the requirement is to submit sufficient information to enable assessment of the potential impact on outstanding universal value. Fine. may include visual impact assessments, archaeological data and or historical information. In many cases, this will form part of an environment statement, yes?
Yes.
And then applicants may find it helpful to use the approach set out in the International Council on Monuments and Sites Heritage Impact Assessment Guidelines and Historic England's guidance on setting and views, yes?
Yes.
The International Council on Monuments and Sites Heritage Impact Assessment Guidelines is the ICOMOS guidelines that have been put in as inquiry document 3, isn't it?
I believe so. Yes. Yeah, I have that as a copy on the computer.
Yeah, could you look at that guidance, please? So ID 3.
Yes, I have that.
And if we go, for example, to page 14.
Yes.
We can see there's a table that's looking at providing an appendix 3.1 example guide for assessing value.
Yes.
Professional judgment is used to determine the value may be defined using a grading scale, very high down to unknown potential. And they've set out an example there.
Yes.
See that? So we can see, let's take it step by step, that in relation to World Heritage Sites, the planning practice guidance is advising applicants that they might find it helpful to use the approach set out in the ICOMOS guidelines in assessing the impact of development on World Heritage Sites, yes?
Yes.
And we can see that the ICOMOS guidelines do include a grading scale from very high to unknown potential, yes?
Yes.
And we know, Dr. Hickley explained in his evidence that it was a challenge. We know that ICOMOS, the methodology and the guidelines there, takes the approach where you do, have regard to heritage value alongside magnitude of impact of change to arrive at your assessment of harm, yes?
Assessment, bear with me.
Or assessment of impact, I don't need to use the word harm.
Significance of effect or overall impact, yes.
Yeah. And this, the PPG, when it says to applicants, and I'm not going to suggest for a moment we're dealing with a World Heritage Site here, clearly not, but I'll come back to that issue in a moment. In suggesting to applicants how to deal with the impact of development on World Heritage Sites, this guidance is not talking about how you do an EIA or how you do an ES. It is supporting guidance to aid in applying the NPPF, isn't it?
Well, it's yes.
And the NPPF, although it obviously acknowledges I think the word is outstanding value, but it acknowledges the high importance of World Heritage Sites, but the NPPF doesn't require them to be treated any differently to other important designated heritage assets like scheduled monuments, Grade 1 listed buildings, so on and so forth. It's the same approach of identifying whether there would be harm to significance. Is it substantial harm? Is it less than substantial harm? So on and so forth. Yes?
Yes, it does. Bear with me a second. Just give me a second just to look at a couple of things. Sorry, bear with me. I'm just. Sorry, could you ask me the question again?
Yeah, we've agreed that the PPG, this section, isn't talking about EIA or environmental statements, that it is supporting guidance to aid in the application of the NPPF, yes?
Yes.
The NPPF, let me put it the other way around, it might make it clearer what I mean. The NPPF, obviously, as we all know, requires you to identify any harm to significance of the heritage asset, yes?
Yes.
And then to work out, identify if there is harm. Is it substantial? Is it less than substantial? Yes.
Yes.
And we know that we're also supposed to articulate where within the spectrum of the range we're in. Yes. And then
yes.
Paragraph 202, if you've got less than substantial harm, there's then the balancing exercise to be undertaken. So there's all of the material around how you then do the balancing exercise depending on the level of harm, yes?
Yes.
All of that it applies to World Heritage sites as it does to other designated heritage assets, yes?
Yeah, yes, it does, but you can't. The fundamental thing to understand about the ICOMOS table is it's not the table in it is not looking at the level of the World Heritage Site itself. It's looking at the different levels of the attributes within it that might experience change. And then it's not the same as taking into account the level of significance of the overall asset itself. So it's looking at assets within it and attributes thereof and coming up with a significance of effect for the overall asset. It's not directly comparable. So for scheduled monuments, you wouldn't. Nobody has taken a single monument. Nobody at this inquiry has taken a single monument and looked at the attributes, the level of attributes within it, and then times that by the impact to get any conclusion for the asset itself. This is a methodology that looks at a single asset. So it's not the case that then that you've already considered the overall significance of the asset in this table, and then that's ported into the relevant paragraphs of the NPPF. There's a fundamental difference here, because this is a methodology looking at a single asset and attributes within it.
We look, please, at paragraph 5.8 of the ICOMOS guidance, sorry, of ID3. Yes. You can see that it says the significance of the effect of change, i.e. the overall impact on an attribute, is a function of the importance of the attribute and the scale of change. And we can see in the table that follows at the end of page 9, left-hand column, value of heritage asset, and then across the top, scale and severity of change or impact, and then in the middle, in the rainbow colours, the overall significance of the effect or the overall impact, yes?
Yes, absolutely. But that level is for part of the overall asset itself.
No, it's the value of the heritage asset. That's what the left-hand column says.
Well, in that case, it would be very high for all. This is for looking at one World Heritage Site, of which the level is very high across all of it, and the relative importance of attributes within it, which is why the preceding text says attribute rather than asset.
But your complaint is not really having to do with that. As I've understood it and still understand it, your issue with Dr. Hickey's methodology is that you don't like, this is how it was put in the cross-examination yesterday, it was that the problem with his matrix in table 1 is that the heritage value column has really no business being there, because you said yourself just now, what you don't like about Dr. Hickey's methodology is that he multiplies, you keep saying multiplies, the value with the magnitude. That was the bit you said he shouldn't be doing. This is what ICOMOS is doing, isn't it?
No, it isn't. No, because it's not the value of the single asset that's being taken account of in this table. Otherwise, because it's a World Heritage Site, it would be very high across the board. This is for different constituent parts of a single asset, which is why it is a different consideration. This gets to a level of harm for a single asset, because this isn't something for looking at multiple assets. It's a World Heritage Site.
The PPG isn't worded to say, if you're trying to work out, I don't know what the significance of the World Heritage Site is, use the ICOMOS table. The PPG is clearly saying, in identifying the impact of the development on a World Heritage Site, it is appropriate to use a methodology that includes an approach whereby you consider the value, you consider the magnitude of the impact of the change, and then considering those two things together, you arrive at an understanding of the significance of the impact.
Yes, but there's a fundamental difference between understanding the value of different constituent parts of the same asset and having a value that relates to the overall significance of an individual asset. That's a fundamental difference.
Could we go to core document 1.9, please? And chapter 7, so 1.9 is the environmental statement, chapter 7 is the heritage chapter.
Yes, bear with me. So, many apologies. Could you give me the core document number?
Core document 1.9.
Thank you. Yes, I have that.
Chapter 7.
Yes, I have that.
Thank you. So you have that. I think it's large. So this is the heritage chapter of the environmental statement prepared by you, yes?
Yes.
7.2. Can we go to 7.33?
Yes.
We can see you say the following tabular methodology is adapted from the ICOMOS guidance. The process is intended to be an aid to assessment. Professional judgment is used where appropriate, yes?
Yes.
So in producing the environmental statement, you have yourself employed an adapted version of the ICOMOS guidance, yes?
Yes.
And we can see further down that page, 7.1, is a heritage value table that does employ the gradings, also does employ the level of listings, whether they're 1 or 2 starred scheduled monuments. And table 7.2 is then the magnitude table, and table 8.4, a couple of pages on, just below paragraph 7.41, is a significance matrix which considers the heritage value graded high, medium, low, not significance against the magnitude from high to no change, yes?
Yes.
And then at 7.43, you say the NPPF doesn't provide a definition of what constitutes substantial or less than substantial harm. Fine. The environmental statement is required to conform to the EIA regulations and report on the significance of effect. This doesn't make a judgment on whether it's substantial or less than substantial harm. A major adverse effect doesn't necessarily equate to substantial harm, and conversely, a minor adverse effect may cause a higher level of harm given the relative sensitivity to change of each asset. Professional judgment has been used to equate the results of the environmental process with the requirements of the NPPF. So what you have done is that, and what you're telling us here, is that you will use your professional judgment to translate the results in the ES process across to, as it were, NPPF speak in terms of less than substantial or substantial harm, yes?
Yes, that would be the whole of the results. It's what I haven't used is a scale of the results of the matrix, stacking them up. Any equation with the NPPF goes back to magnitude of impact.
But you have employed a similar, I don't know if it's exactly the same, but you have employed an ICOMOS-derived matrix to arrive at significance for the purposes of the environment statement assessment, yes?
Yes.
And then you have translated those results. So I don't know where they are. They're later on in the document, but minor to moderate significance, for example, major significance. You have taken those results and you have translated them into where in the NPPF scales of harm we arrive, yes?
No, I would have used magnitude of impact for that.
Well, that's not explained in this document, is it?
Well, it explains that that the two don't equate, and that I've used my professional judgment to equate the results of the environmental statement process. That's what I would have used. I certainly have never, in all of the assessments I have done, I have never taken significance of effect scale to relate directly to the substantial less than substantial harm scale.
But why would there be such a gulf between, we saw for ourselves yesterday when you were trying, or not you, but your team were trying to get Dr. Hickey to agree that if we just put the value of the sector part of his matrix in the bin, we can still apply the results. And we know that it leads to vastly lower levels of impact. So why would it be appropriate for there to be an environmental statement that says overall the impact on, I don't know, stocks farm is minor to moderate, and then an NPPF assessment that just takes, a lower level of significance?
Well, the EIA process is to identify significant effects and appropriate mitigation and articulate that. It doesn't, the matrix-based heritage approach doesn't directly equate to the substantial and less than substantial harm scale. The EIA process is to get an assessment across the board. It's what it can't do is be nuanced to the tests that are required in the planning regime of the country at the time, because they don't equate, because there is this double counting. So you have to exercise caution.
I'm not going to go back over the PPG. We obviously don't agree that there's anything, whether there's an inappropriateness around the MPPF and what the PPG is indicating that you can do, but I'm going to go back to that in submissions. We can agree, though, that it's wrong to say, I don't think this is your understanding, but it would be wrong to suggest that the environmental statement and the EIA process is only looking at whether there is a significant effect or not. The purpose of the EIA process is to enable, it's about public participation, isn't it? It's about enabling the public and also the decision maker to understand properly the impacts of the scheme.
It's one way of summarising the impacts of the scheme. What it doesn't relate to, it doesn't provide the information in the form that is needed to be imported into the key tests of the MPPF with regards to heritage.
But I really just struggle, Ms. Stoughton, to understand why a decision maker such as the inspector here is faced with an environmental statement matrix, which you have authored and stand by, as far as I can tell, which, operates by taking magnitude and value and says, overall, sir, I'm looking at the significance of the effect. I think it's major. And then peculiarly, when you come to your MPPF analysis, you're saying, no, ignore the left-hand part of the table. Actually, it's a moderate impact. That makes no sense, does it?
It does make sense, because it's not ignoring the level of significance at all, because I express that at the end when I'm telling the decision maker which heritage asset that level of harm relates to. It's providing the decision maker with all the information that he needs without double counting, which is why it's not only appropriate but essential.
Could we just, the final point on this double counting point before we move on, could we just go back to the local planning authority officer response to this call document 2.6?
Yes, which is Buried in the ES, got it. I have that.
We can see, just find out, let's take, for example, underneath, so page 200 and assessment of impact. Second paragraph, which begins the significant heritage statement. Do you see that?
I do.
We can see, he's saying he thinks there's a moderate impact on the assets of medium significance, equating to a moderate adverse effect on the assets following the significance matrix within the ES, which we just looked at. And he says the harm is considered to be within the less than substantial category of the NPPF at the middle of that scale. No suggestion here that the officer is taking your approach of, adopting a different calculation to the NPPF part of the analysis than what is set out in the ES matrix, is there?
Let me just read it. Apologies, bear with me. It's difficult to be sure what he means. He says this harm is considered to be within less than substantial at the middle of the scale. And that doesn't readily, well, I would say that equates to impact, moderate impact, equating to moderate adverse effect. So he's used three different terms. So it's difficult to say.
I mean, realistically, he's applying the ES methodology, coming to a view on significance, and then he is straightforwardly translating that into where he thinks that leads into on the NPPF scale, isn't he?
I don't think it's clear.
So is your view, let me just step back from this for a moment, is your view that we can reach I think it must be, you think that we can reach a conclusion on whether the harm, for example, is low, less than substantial, or middle, less than substantial. You think that we can reach a view on that without having regards to the value of the heritage asset?
It's without having regard to the overall level of value, but it's certainly having regards to the significance of the asset and how it's made up from heritage interests.
What does that mean, Ms. Stoughton? Where is the difference between I'm not having regard to the overall value of the asset, but I am having regard to the significance of the asset?
Well, you can have regard to what its significance is and what that's made up of, but not the level on a table. You can consider the overall significance of it, what it's made up from, and then articulate the proportionate level of reduction of significance without saying it's high, medium, low, very high level overall.
Right, so just for reference then, look at the table 8.4 in the environmental statement. You're not actually saying that when you're doing your NPPF exercise, we should be ignoring the heritage value of the receptor completely. You accept that we should be taking that into account, but you don't like the badging of it as high, medium, low, or not significant.
No, I'm not saying that you should take into account those levels of harm. You should understand what the significance of the asset is in terms of how it's derived from the heritage interests, as explained in the NPPF glossary.
Right, thank you. We will leave the double counting point aside. So just one point that if I could request via you, I can see from Mr. Banner's comments a few moments ago that there are apparently to be some legal arguments on this. I haven't been alerted to any case law on this point, and since I will be closing first, if there are any authorities that are going to be relied on, I would be grateful if we could be notified of those in advance.
It wasn't quite his point. His point was that it would be unlawful to consider it.
Yeah.
The point being that an interpretation of the framework heritage policies which involves double counting importance is an unlawful interpretation. There isn't an authority because no one's fallen into that error before. and I'm going to invite you not to do so yourself.
Well, you can take it, Ms Sargent, that there's no authority that be relied on in terms of that argument.
I'm very grateful for that confirmation, so I didn't think there was. Transparency. Ms Stoughton. There isn't, I appreciate you have a different methodology to Dr. Hickey, but you don't, in your own methodology, insofar as you set it out anywhere, you don't have any equivalent figures table 4, do you? By which I mean, we believe from the environmental statement that you use your professional judgment, you say, in the statement to translate the ICOMOS matrix results across to the MPPF. But whereas with Dr. Hickey's methodology, I can look and see, oh, you know, this is how he gets from the ICOMOS rating to the MPPF rating. I can't do that for you, can I? I can't see anything that tells me how you've actually done that on paper.
No, because that's not the exercise I've carried out. I've said that I go back to level of impact.
I know, but you don't, I mean, you haven't said that in writing anywhere. That was news to me this afternoon, eventually. So from a transparency perspective, nobody reading the environmental statement is going to have the first clue about what you're doing, are they?
Well, it's level of impact. It has its basis in the grassroots of the terms of the MPPF and the MPPG.
I mean, you were saying this, we'll come back to this in a moment, you were talking this morning about how you use a straight line rather than a matrix, but I don't have any sort of table or a narrative that tells me what type of harm you think would be low, less substantial, what would be medium, what would be high.
It's a proportionate reduction in significance. I considered that was transparent from my methodology. I've never, ever been challenged on this point before. I've never had the only case where somebody used a matrix certainly didn't translate into the inspector's decision. I've articulated in my methodology levels of harm, assessment of harm.
Where is it? Your appendix 2?
It is. And a scale of harm. It's a straightforward scale.
Sorry, what's the documentary reference you were just at? I just need a moment to find it, please. Thank you. We're in your appendix 2. Where are we?
I've made the cardinal error of neither numbering the paragraphs nor the pages on this, for which you have my sincere apologies. 1, 2, 3, page 4, assessment of harm. It just makes reference a scale of harm.
Yeah, it's an accurate, as far as I can tell, summary of what the planning practice guidance and various court judgments have said. I'm not sure it references the Holocaust judgment, but never mind. You put that in your appendices later on. But what I don't have is anything, for example, I mean, with Dr. Hickey's evidence, we've got his table 3 on page 22, where he sets out his definitions of harm, and it's possible to work through that methodology to see, you know, oh, you must think that there's a change to a key building element or fabric that contributes to the setting, such that there's significant modification, or we know that negligible is something that he thinks would hardly affect it. I just don't have. When I'm asking myself, if I want to say, well, Ms Stoughton thinks this is the lower level of less substantial harm as opposed to middle, I can't find anything written down in your methodology that allows me to understand what you think a middle level of less than substantial harm is, or how it differs from a low level of less than substantial harm. Do I?
Well, it's not written out explicitly because it's a very straightforward scale of proportionate loss of harm, which relates to the test that I've set out. It's a narrative description, and you will see this from my proof of evidence. What I've tried to do is set out a narrative description of how each asset is made up of elements that contribute or don't contribute to its heritage significance, and then articulated which of those will change, and then articulated a scale in terms of overall loss of significance. It's very straightforward.
But what I don't have is any narrative helping me to understand what you think a low level of less than substantial harm is and how it's different to a medium level. Look at, for example, table 3 of Dr. Hickey's methodology. We can see that minor is, a change to the setting that it's noticeably modified, but not the significance of the whole significantly modified. So Mr. Banner, had he wanted to, could have said to Dr. Hickey, well, on your own methodology, this doesn't stack up because you said it's X and actually it's Y. I can't interrogate your methodology in that same way to see if, you are on a robust basis categorising the factual harm appropriately on your own methodology. I just can't do it, can I?
Well, what you
can, I'm not able to do that, am I?
Yes, you are able to do that because I have articulated how an asset derives its significance. And that's the important thing. I don't agree with general tables like this, which is why I haven't produced it, because it doesn't go to the heritage significance of the assets. Take moderate, change to a key building or structure, element or brick that contribute to its unique heritage value, such that the heritage significance is significantly modified. Well, I don't know what significantly modified is. And then change to the setting such that it's significantly modified. Well, that doesn't go to heritage significance. There is a real danger, and the danger that I've seen in trying to interrogate and understand ways in which lots and lots of different people have undertaken heritage assessments over the years. The only way I have worked out of robustly giving the decision maker the information they need is to produce a narrative assessment of how an asset derives its significance and whether any of those elements would be changed by the proposed development. And then that can be expressed on a straightforward scale of loss of significance. That is the only way that I've found to do it that is robust. Every time you complicate things by putting something in a table, it squinches things into frameworks that don't work for all assets. And this is very much demonstrated by the tables that Dr. Hickey's presented. In their original iteration, they were clearly inconsistent with the framework when they were tested with regards to grade 2 listed buildings. And in their modified form, they still don't have consistency with the framework. What you have to do is just plainly articulate how an asset derives its significance, what's going to change, and ascribe a straightforward level of loss of significance to that.
Yeah, but there was a very large chunk of the appellant's interrogation of Dr. Hickey's evidence, which is, I think, trying to suggest, oh, you're at an 8 out of 10. How can it possibly be an 8 out of 10 when, a 10 out of 10 is not too much further up the ladder? I cannot begin to even ask you those questions because I've got nothing to tell me, how your scale operates in terms of 1 to 10 or nothing, medium, high.
I fundamentally disagree. I consider that my proof provides all of that evidence because for each asset, it sets out from what elements its significance is engendered. It sets out it's the contribution from its built form. It sets out the contribution from its setting. It says which elements positively contribute to its setting. And then it tells you what the change to those elements would be. And that allows the decision maker to work out what the proportionate loss of significance on a straight scale is.
Where's the scale? The scale isn't articulated anywhere for me to be able to apply it and say to myself, if that asset's suffering at 3 and that one's a 7, and that doesn't really quite stack up or seem robust to me, I can't do that, can I?
There is a scale. It's the scale of less than substantial harm, and it's the scale of lowermost, moderate, upper levels of less than substantial harm, and then substantial harm on top of that. That is the scale.
The harmometer not a concept that you introduce either in your written or oral evidence?
No.
So no part of your evidence that actually that's something the inspector should be considering?
Well, I haven't presented that evidence.
So you agree with me that it's not something he needs to consider?
I think it's, I wouldn't agree with you because I think it was illustrative of a particular point with regards to Dr. Hickey's evidence. It's not in the evidence that I'm presenting.
So if I understood correctly, then it's something that Mr. Banner suggested?
It was in Mr. Banner's questioning.
Yeah, you're not aware, are you, of any kind of 1 to 10 harmometer being set out in any written document?
No, I'm not, no.
And we don't, I haven't seen anything or heard anything to explain, for example, what a 3 means or what a 5 or a 6 means in terms of your scale of very low, low, medium, high, whatever it is, less than substantial harm.
No.
And one point, I'm trying to get through the methodology points before it's 1 o'clock, which I think we will do. One short point, there was a reference ad-lib in the appellant's opening to a level of harm being half the way to knocking it down, half the way to knocking the assets down. We can agree, can't we, Ms. Stoughton, that there is no test whereby substantial harm means that one must be knocking the asset down completely?
Yes, we can agree that.
Yeah, and you are familiar with the Holocaust Memorial Judgment, we know, because it is appended as your Appendix 15, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Good, I will make submissions on that authority in closing. Setting. Now, I've understood correctly, I assume, you're very clear about it. I understand why you say you haven't done it, but you haven't sought to illustrate graphically the extent of the setting of the assets, have you?
No, I have illustrated elements of them, but what I haven't done is illustrated the whole of the setting of an asset.
Which, where are the illustrations that illustrate the setting, the parts of the setting for me, please?
Oh, what I meant by that is elements that are relevant to the consideration of it.
Illustrate elements relevant to consideration of setting. Good. And it was put to Dr. Hickey that there's no historic England DLUC pins or local planning authority document that indicates that the setting should be mapped, but equally there isn't anything to say that it shouldn't or can't be mapped, is there?
No, there's nothing to say that it can't be mapped. Obviously the guidance says that it changes over time.
Yeah, the difficulty I have is that I can't understand from your proof to what extent you agree that the site or parts of the site fall within the setting of any of these assets.
Well, I would consider it's clear from my proof.
Okay, well, we'll look later and you can explain it to me on the basis of the narrative then, but we know there's nothing pictorially to show me, Ms. Stoughton thinks the extent of the setting of the church, for example, is this far up the site.
No, there isn't. And although there are elements of that, because what I've done is on my plate 13, I've mapped particular areas, and then I've made reference to views. So there are elements to illustrate that, but it's a narrative approach that isn't mapped in its entirety.
Yeah, we'll have to work through that when we come to look at the assets individually, I think. And because I haven't been told what you think the full extent of the setting for any asset is, I can't make any point about the proportion of the setting of the asset that would be affected, can I?
No, but you wouldn't have any need to, because the proportion of the setting of the asset isn't the key test. It's whether an element positively contributes to the significance of the asset through setting and whether that's going to be affected. It's not the proportion of the whole of the setting, because that's not what matters and why. elements of setting can positively contribute, negatively contribute, or be neutral. So a proportionate area wouldn't tell you anything.
So on your evidence, it's irrelevant to the inspector. Speaking in hypothetical terms, if I have and I'm not suggesting this scheme is one of those, if I had a scheme which was going to take out 80% of a heritage asset setting, that fact would be of no relevance to the inspector, the proportion of the setting that's affected by the change. You say that's irrelevant to him.
Yes, it is, because it's what matters and why. You could take out 80% of a heritage asset setting if that area made no positive contribution to the heritage significance of the asset. That wouldn't relate to the key tests. The key tests are the relative reduction of significance. What would be harmed? So,
but
yes,
surely relative reduction of significance includes having a think about, how much of the setting would be unaffected.
No, because
relative, if you don't even have to work out for yourself how much of the setting you're talking about.
Because you have to work out how much of the setting that positively contributes changes or negatively contributes.
Okay, but I can't even do that, can I? Because I just don't know where you think the setting for these assets is.
But I've given a narrative account of that in my proof, and then explained it in a narrative way.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I haven't been able myself to understand the entirety of what you say the setting to the church is, for example, or the farm. So, but we'll look at that asset by asset. I certainly am not in a position to make points that were taken against Dr. Hickey yesterday around, well, you've drawn the heritage setting on a map and it's 5 metres in the wrong direction, or it's arbitrary. I cannot possibly begin to even understand how your brain has approached that, can I?
Yes, of course you can. If you read my proof and my narrative description of what positively contributes to the heritage significance of the assets through setting.
Your proof narrative doesn't give me the ability to see whether, you put it 1 metre or 5 metres here or there, does it? If you didn't stick.
Well, it narratively describes extent. No,
Not
it doesn't.
To that level of precision.
No, not to that level of precision.
Good. And site visits, please, quickly. Could we turn up core document? Actually, no, let me ask you this first. It's correct, isn't it, that both the extent of a setting and also the contribution that setting makes to significance might not necessarily be able to be fully understood purely from a site visit?
That's true, yes.
Yeah, and can we turn up core document 5.10, which is the Historic England, I think it's GPA 2.
Core
10.
5.10, and I have been thrown out of the core documents again.
GPA 3.
Ah, yes.
Oh, right.
Thank you, Mr. Banner.
It's GPA 3.
Let me just check I've got the right document. Yes, GPA 3, 5.10. Does everybody have that?
I have it.
Page 2, please. At the bottom, we can see on the left-hand side, it says the extent and importance of setting is often expressed by reference to visual considerations. Although views of or from an asset will play an important part, the way in which we experience an asset in its setting is also influenced by other environmental factors, such as noise, dust and vibration from other land uses in the vicinity, not something we're concerned with here, and by our understanding of the historic relationship between places. For example, buildings that are in close proximity but are not visible from each other may have a historic or aesthetic connection that amplifies the experience of the significance of each. Presumably you don't take issue with what's said there, Mr. Stoughton.
No.
Good, thank you. And the final point on methodology, if we could just look at 2.30 of your proof.
Excuse me.
Page 7.
Yes.
You very clearly there explained for us the approach and taking the photographs in your proof. We can see, and then we're not subverting as they're accurate visual representations, and they're not conforming to any standard or guidance, and you've included them to be an honest representation.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And realistically, the inspector will see for himself when what he can see when he's on site.
Of course, my photographs are, to show, to illustrate views, but they are, yes, illustrative.
So if that's a convenient moment for the lunch adjournment, I'm going on to look at the individual assets next. So
I would anticipate. No, that's very helpful. We do have our hard and fast target of 3 o'clock. How does that feel in terms of what's left to you cross exam? And I appreciate perhaps spent a little longer on some of that methodology than you expected.
When I put my time estimate,
No, I appreciate that.
Anticipated that at all. 3 o'clock. It is going to be tight, sir.
Well, I did say that there would be times when I would insist on something less than an hour. I think today is definitely a day to do that. As far as I'm aware, there's not a significant amount of work for others to be involved in. It'll obviously put some of the onus back on you. But if we went at 45 minutes, and me not waste too much time thinking about it, does that assist us in terms of being more likely to reach 3, or is it an unachievable target in your view at the moment?
No, 45 minutes would be of assistance. I think I will endeavour in the adjournment to sort of bring together the points that came out of the evidence in chief and get myself a better structure so that we can be as speedy as possible after lunch without compromising anyone's ability to test the evidence.
Please don't take this position being in any way looking for you to short circuit any of your process of cross-examination or reduce the amount of time you feel you have available to you. If we have to come back after Mr. Banner's had his moment, we will do so. Or if we have to pick it up on Tuesday morning, just difficult as that would be in terms of, but please don't feel that there's any implications of compromise on your ability to cross-examine here. It's just about practically making it work.
It helps that I don't have very much re-examination, probably less than 10 minutes, probably more like 5 minutes.
Thank you. We won't waste any more time. If we can be back at 1:45, then we'll get to. Thank you very much indeed. through the cross-examination of Ms Stoughton. Anything just briefly raised its head that I need to be aware of before I hand over to Ms Sargent? Ms Sargent, you've had an opportunity to review. Again, no direct pressure, but just so we perhaps need to plan. 3 o'clock looking achievable. Just be honest, because it's just about thinking what we do.
The honest answer is I don't know, and that if we miss it, it's by much. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, we won't waste any more time, but we'll keep an eye on it, if you like.
And can I just say, that obviously, Ms Stoughton shouldn't feel pressured in any way to
No,
either.
it's the same point that I made to Ms Sargent.
Just sort of apply for
Is the same point I make to everyone. The restrictions here are not about the needs of the inquiry
Yes.
in this case.
Sorry.
Ms Sargent.
Thank you, sir. So, Ms Stoughton, we will now look at the individual assets. We will all, I think, be pleased to hear that since we have agreed the position on the conservation area and the non-designated, I cannot speak, the non-designated heritage assets, I'm not going to ask you any questions about those actually in the interests of efficiency. Could we please just turn to page 47 for proof? And we have one of the tables here, so at 4.27, one of the tables where you analyse the contribution the various elements make to the significance of the asset. Just in terms of the approach to the impact on individual assets, we agree, don't we, that it's not a numbers game in the sense that we don't say, for example, well, only one of the 5 contributors will be affected, so therefore I can't get past the low level of less than substantial harm.
Yes, I'll agree that, yes.
Right, let's look at the church then first, please. Could we turn to your 3.35 on page 30? And we see that you acknowledge, as we are all aware, the church, because it's grade 1 listed, is the highest level of significance in the MPPF. And as you fairly said, that has been further cemented because it's included in the conservation area, yes?
Yes.
Now, can we agree this? Setting, because it is defined on the basis of one's experience of the asset, is not the same as the extent to which surrounding land contributes to heritage significance. So you can have land that does fall within the setting of an asset, but actually doesn't make, in the sense that one can experience the asset from the setting, but doesn't actually contribute to the significance of the heritage asset.
Yes.
And in terms of the church and the site, do you, I'm not clear, and either just tell me orally, or if you want to direct me to which bit of your proof deals with this, that's fine. But I just want to have an understanding of, first of all, is it your view that any of the site falls within the setting?
So yes, you could consider some of the site to fall within the setting because you can see the church from some locations within the site. However, I don't consider that those areas contribute to the heritage significance of the asset through setting.
And so I was going to ask you to identify which parts of the site you're talking about, but if we, from a sort of narrative approach to this, understand your evidence to be that you accept that the parts of the site from which the church is visible do fall within the setting of the site, that would be an accurate summary of your position on it.
Setting of the asset, yes.
Thank you. And we know, because we saw it before lunch, Historic England, the local planning authority, and Dr. Hickey consider both that, at least in relation to at least part of the site, both that it falls within the setting, and this is the point of difference between you, that it does contribute to the significance. Yes?
Yes.
So let's just interrogate your reasoning as to why those parties are incorrect on that. Could we turn to page 19 of your proof, please? And we can see the conservation area appraisal at 3.10. You've set out the relevant paragraph. And if you explain in evidence and chiefs, the inspector will be familiar. There's reference here to 2 extensive open spaces and then the open countryside to the north as creating an important setting. Now, dealing first with the 2 open spaces, there's the fields west and the field to the east, and you have identified those in yellow and blue in your plate 13, as I understood.
Yes.
And you accept first that those fields are physically in the setting of the asset, and also you agree that they do contribute to the significance of the asset, yes?
Yes.
But if we look, just before we move on to talk about the countryside to the north, if we look at the quote from the conservation area appraisal in paragraph 3.10, we can see in the second sentence that's dealing with the fields west, that does seem to be focused on the visual relationship. It's talking about the long views. But we can see that the field to the east is commenting on the fact that the field helps to place the church farm in a traditional setting, even though there is much modern development around its perimeter. So the conservation area appraisal is not simply saying, well, these fields are of historical interest because of the views. It's also identifying historical interest in the sense of the traditional setting that the eastern field provides, yes?
Yes.
The countryside to the north, you haven't, as we discussed earlier, attempted to map this. Fair enough, it's a broad definition, but I think, as I've understood your answer just now, you would agree that the site physically would fall within the reference to the open countryside to the north, and the point of dispute is whether it contributes to the significance of the asset. Is that right?
So yes, I'd say the site broadly falls within the description, countryside to the north, but as I explained, the conservation area predates the setting guidance, so you have to take a more nuanced approach when evaluating it.
Yes. Now, then turning through, and I'll give you a moment if you'd like just to turn through and reacquaint yourself with what you said, although I'm sure you could probably recite it in your sleep by now. But 3.16 on page 21 through to 3.29. It's quite a lot of plates, so we end up on page 29. Now, as I have understood this aspect of your evidence, you are identifying in these passages that you agree that part of this countryside to the north element does contribute, you say, not very much, I think, but does contribute in a very minor way to the significance of the asset, but you don't think that the site does.
Yes, that's correct.
And we can see, looking at this passage of your proofs, 316 to 329, the basis for your distinction is the extent to which there are views and intervisibility between various parts of the countryside to the north and the church, yes?
It's on the basis of the clear view, yes. Having explained that, having agreed with the appraisal that those 2 fields provide the context, looking beyond that, I think it's only the view that differentiates.
But I mean, that's where the false step comes, isn't it? Because in the same way that we wouldn't include a contributor simply because we can see the asset from it, we don't exclude an area as contributing to significance simply because there isn't intervisibility, do we?
No, but it would have to have some other contribution. Now, the field that the 2 fields mentioned have a contribution through being the immediate historic context of the church, which I don't consider the site is.
Okay, let's just break that down slightly. So you do agree then that distance is relevant?
Distance can be relevant as part of a consideration of looking at the historic development of it. It's not just distance in that respect.
And it's also, though, not correct, looking about the countryside to the north and the aspect of that you do agree makes a contribution. Part of that contribution is the landscape character of that area, isn't it? Because if the part of the north parcel that you accept does make a contribution, if instead of being fields, that was, I don't know, modern housing development or a nuclear power plant or whatever, that wouldn't make a contribution to the significance of the church, would it?
Again, I agree with you. Again, it's a combination of the different aspects. It might be, I'm certainly not trying to lengthen anything. It might be useful to look at my plate 4 on page 13, just to understand some of the differentiation. As you can see that the fields that are more southerly, southern edge of the site, you can see how those formed the immediate historic context to the church.
Yep. Then could we look at 324, please?
Have that.
And plate 20 is what this is referring to, which is over the page. And the point you're making here is that you say the view, although it's from Brenda Parkaway, which on Dr. Hickey's analysis is well beyond the setting of the church in any event, but you say that this view doesn't illustrate the historic context in the church in relation to the rest of the settlement. But what this view does illustrate is the historic context in terms of understanding the rural setting of the church, yes?
I wouldn't say so, no, because what you can't understand from this is the interface between the immediate surrounds of the church and the area that you can see. Because it's so distant and because of the vegetation, you can't understand that relationship.
But I mean, I look at plate 20, I can see the church, albeit some distance away, and I can see the rural landscape between myself and the church. So, you know, it is possible to appreciate the rural setting of the church in this view, isn't it?
Well, no, because you can see the composition of the foreground, which you can see. You can see the church, but you don't understand the interface between the two, and that's really critical. There could be a manor house with a high-walled garden in between. There could be anything in between. You don't understand what the settlement edge is. As it is, it's beyond the immediate context of the historic context of the church. So, no, I don't agree. There's nothing that's informing you as to the heritage significance of the church through setting.
But part of the heritage significance of the church, through its setting, is rural. It's that it's rural, isn't it?
That its historic context, its immediate historic context was rural. And that's why I've differentiated between the fields to the south of the site and the site.
Sure.
Because when you look at my plate 4, you can see the way in which they form the historic context, that the site lies further away, not immediately contiguous with an enclosure adjacent to the churchyard.
Okay, and then 2.34 of your proof, please. Sorry. We can see third line from the bottom, you say the intrinsic character of the site doesn't contribute to the heritage significance of the asset through setting, which I think is the point you were just making.
Many apologies. I think I misheard the paragraph.
2.34, 234.
Sorry, apologies.
2.34.
Yes, sorry, in my key issues and
In your key issues.
Sorry.
No, absolutely no worries. So 3 lines up from the bottom of that paragraph. you say the intrinsic character of the site doesn't contribute to the heritage significance of the asset through setting, which I think is the point you were just making.
Yes.
And say the same thing, because that's essentially the summary. So the point in context in the substance of your proof is at 343 on page 31. You explain why you say that the site doesn't contribute to the heritage significance of the asset through setting. Now, 364, please.
Yes.
You say, furthermore, even if so let's go 363, you consider the assessment of no harm to the heritage significance to be correct. And then you say, even if you were wrong and the site was found to contribute to the heritage significance of the asset in a minor way, this couldn't equate to essentially the level of harm that Dr. Hickey is asserting. But I have understood, I hope correctly from that you do agree that if the inspector disagrees with you and agrees with Historic England and the planning officer and Dr. Hickey that there is a contribution to significance from the site, albeit, as you say, a minor one, perhaps, if the inspector thinks the site does make some contribution to significance, as I read 3.64, you do accept that the scheme would negatively impact, at least to some extent, on that significance.
If I were to be considered wrong by the inspector and the site was found to contribute to the significance of the asset.
Yes, you accept that the scheme coming forward on the site would then be harm to significance of the asset.
If I were wrong in my
wrong.
analysis, yes.
Into visibility, briefly. We agree that the church is visible from the site and from Render Park away. There is, I think, a debate around how accurately one describes the level of visibility, but we won't spend time on that because the inspector can go and see.
Very much one for the site visit.
Yes. And the council's case isn't founded solely, obviously, on the intervisibility between the church and the site, but let's just assume hypothetically that all we were saying is the site contributes to heritage significance because there is intervisibility. We were talking about Stocks Farm this morning, and you said that the views from the farm, I think you described them as glints, but you were talking about the views from Stocks Farm across the site and through to the agricultural land on the far side of the site. Do you remember that? And you said they had a very small amount of historic interest, which you said they would retain. Yes?
Yes.
And consistently with that analysis in relation to Stocks Farm, it would be right to acknowledge, wouldn't it, that glimpsed views or glimpsed into visibility between the church and the site do have some historic interest, even if it's a small amount?
No, because what I did before answering your question was to check whether there was also historic association, because it's never, it has to be professional judgment on the basis of a number of factors. And I consider that on the basis of glimpsed views and historic functional association that was documented and that I'd mapped, there was the connection, but there isn't such a connection with the church.
And 2.34, again, back in your key issues, please. And actually, let's just finish off that point first, so just going back to Stocks Farm for a moment. The mapping you were just referring to, are you talking about plate 57?
Yes.
And so, I mean, ideally, I could have done with superimposing the site over it with a red biro. Which
Yeah, I agree. Yes, apologies.
So in terms of the fields beyond the site having a historic association, it would be what sort of the strip to the left-hand side within the green boundary?
Yeah, just within the green boundary, yes. Yeah.
Because I think the site takes out quite a chunk of that larger green bordered area, doesn't it?
It does, but there is an area beyond it which still does lie in the historic area of ownership, tenancy.
Yes, it would actually. I'm just looking. If you look at plate 4 on page 13, and it's got a bit of we're talking about looking at the green border, we're talking about the 2 fields in the very bottom left-hand corner of that large green shaped splodge, aren't we?
Yes.
Now, dispatch my red biro, thank you. 2.34, please. The issues and case scenario on page 9 again.
Yes.
This is so it's about just over half of the way through. At the end of a line, there's the word also unaffected would be the area of countryside north of the Western Fields across which there is anticipated to be a clear view to the church.
Yes.
Why does it say anticipated in that sentence, Ms. Stoughton, please? It's not a trick question. I just am interested to understand what you mean there.
I haven't been into that field, but standing on the very edge of it and looking at the church, it's clear that there would be a view from that area.
And 3.38. On page 31, we're again talking about the same field as I've understood it, where you say the church is likely to be clearly visible.
Yes.
So the reason for the words likely and anticipated is that you haven't been into that field to see for yourself.
No, I haven't. But what I would say is I've been, I've considered very carefully the view from the very edge of it and the vegetation in the vicinity. So I think that's reasonable. And
we know, because we just canvassed it, that, let's get the answer. Yes, the basis for your distinction, I mean, in terms of the northern countryside parcel, you say the field to the northwest does contribute, none of the site contributes at all. And your answer to me was on the basis of the clear view from the northwestern field. That's the point of distinction between the northwestern field and the site. And we know that you have reached that opinion without actually going into the northwestern field and appreciating that view from within the field. Yes.
Yes, but it also, I've been into the churchyard and looked at the view outwards as well. So it has been, it was one of the points that I went back to check carefully, looking at the views from the churchyard and the view from the edge of the footpath and the vegetation that I could see. Some thought was put into it, but I haven't been into that area.
And we know that your professional view, though, is that it is important to actually go into sites and go into fields to understand things properly. That was the point you made in evidence in chief earlier, wasn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, to the greatest extent possible.
Good. Now, another point, just to clarify for my understanding, please, if we may, is 3.44 at the bottom of page 31. You referred to the creation of new publicly accessible views of the church. First of all, what's that a reference to? Just that I'm thinking about the correct thing, Ms. Stoughton.
It would be views from the site, but as I say, views from these areas, they're not considered to be illustrative of historical architectural interest.
So publicly accessible views, new ones, you're referring to the fact that there will be increased permeation by members of the public.
Yes.
Yeah. But I mean, as I understood your evidence, you have, it's not, I mean, it's the limited intervisibility between the site and the church that you gave me just now as the reason for saying the site doesn't contribute, the northwestern field does, yes?
Yes, that's correct. Yes. So there is. I've explained the nature of the view, and I've explained that I don't. In this sentence, I've explained that I don't consider them to be illustrative of the historic or architectural interest of the asset, and that's the differentiating point.
But why? I mean, if in due course you will be able to see the church from the field because there will be these new vantage points, then why is the position any different to the northwestern field?
Because, as I've explained, you can't understand the view isn't illustrative of any aspect of the heritage significance of the asset. Indeed, it's actually quite a confusing view because you conflate the tower with the body of another building. I don't consider that it gives a clear understanding in the way that the view shown in plate 14 does, because there you can really clearly understand the church. It's a bit of a dark photo, but when you see it on site, you'll be able to see some of the architectural detail of the asset, and you can see the enclosure that it sits within and that's relationship to the built form on the edge of the site, on the edge of the settlement. Bear with me one moment. So yes, if you look at my plate 23, on page 28, you can see the clear contrast between my plate 14 and my plate 23. In these areas of the site, you can just about see the top of the tower, but it gets conflated with the old schoolhouse. You can't really see what's going on, and then the rest of the asset, and indeed the rest of the settlement, is obscured by trees and vegetation. So there's a clear difference in terms of the nature of the views. One gives you information as to and illustrates the heritage significance of the asset, and the other doesn't.
It's a bit artificial though, isn't it? I mean, Bramley is a settlement that sits in its context, which in this angle at least is trees. I mean, you seem to be suggesting somehow that because we can't see so much of the built form of the settlement, we can't appreciate any of the historic significance of the view. But I mean, this is the setting of the settlement. It's, it has trees in it, and surely the location of the church within it remains important, irrespective of whether you can also see the school or what have you.
I don't agree. There are views in which you can tell that the church and its churchyard sits towards the edge, but not on the absolute edge of the settlement, with a bit of domestic curtilage beyond. You can understand that. You can't understand that in the view shown in plate 23. You can see a building which is confusing as to which is part of the church and what isn't. And I just don't think that you get that information that you get from plate 14. It's perhaps something to look at on site.
Can we just look at plate 14, please? Page 21. Apart from the church, because anyone can see which one that is, can you just explain what the other buildings shown in this view actually are, please?
Yes, absolutely. You can see the old schoolhouse and the schoolmaster's house. You can see a bit of in fact, you can see the bungalow that is located in to the rear of those two buildings. You can see the domestic curtilage with the car parking and the new garage. You can see the church and the body of the church. So here you can see that you've got a church on the edge of the settlement, but not quite on the very edge of it, with some domestic curtilage beyond.
Yeah, and some of those domestic buildings, I take the point that the school buildings are old, or they're not as old as the church, but some of those domestic buildings are modern, aren't they?
Yes, they are, yes.
And obviously the presence of cars in the view is modern, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yes.
It doesn't really contribute to the appreciation of the historic significance of the church, does it, the fact that you can see some cars?
No.
Good, thank you. 3.65, bottom of page 35, please.
Yes.
3.66 and the actual building in question. We have made one of the plates, isn't it? But
It's shown on plate 14 on my page 21.
it's not the. I see what you mean, but there's a clearer one bit somewhere.
Bear with me. It's the view out from the churchyard. So it is plate 19, page 17.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. That's the one I was after. This isn't actually, it's not a house, is it? It's a 1.5 storey ancillary building.
That's correct.
And so when going back to page 36, you say in 3.66, you talk about this outbuilding and you say the council stance with regards to the appeal proposals is difficult to understand when considering their response to development of a domestic carriage in the close vicinity of the church. But with respect, it's not remotely difficult to understand because we're comparing something that is less impactful than even a single house would be because it's a 1.5 storey outbuilding. And we're comparing it with 140 dwelling houses and with extensive change in use and character of the land of the whole site from rural agriculture to that of the country park or however you want to describe the open space, yes?
No, it's not a case of numbers. It's a case of where it is. And it's located in the key view that I mentioned. You can see it on my plate 14. I think it's a matter of context rather than number.
Is it your evidence that there is any form of valid comparison to be drawn between the impact of this outbuilding and the impact of the scheme?
Yes, in terms of looking at the council's response to them both, I think that's fair enough. I don't think I'm not trying to say that one development is comparable to another in scale and extent. All that I'm saying here is that I find it surprising that the council has found it acceptable to permit a domestic ancillary building in this location.
But you answered my question, yes. You do think there is some form of comparison to be drawn between the outbuilding and the scheme. I mean, you must do, otherwise you wouldn't be saying that the council's somehow being inconsistent on this. So your approach to the scheme is that, I mean, you try to say you're not trying to draw a comparison in terms of scale or numbers, but then what's the point of comparison? How do you say that this outbuilding has any similarity to the scheme if it's not similar in scale and it's obviously not similar in terms of quantum of numbers? What's the point of comparison that means the council's being inconsistent?
What I say at 3.66 is the council stance with regard to the appeal site is difficult to understand when considering their response to development of a domestic character close to the church. And that goes back to their consideration of agricultural land. I don't think I'm drawing an invalid point. I've considered views. I think it's a fair point.
Okay. Point of detail. The outbuilding is within the curtilage, is it?
Yes, it is.
So it's not actually a development on agricultural land at all to begin with.
No, it would be domestic in character.
Right, thank you. I'm still struggling with Stoughton. I mean, if we're going to believe that there is no comparison to be drawn between these two applications, I've clearly got no problem with that. But if we're not going to agree that, then I would like to know what you say the point or points of valid comparison are between the scheme and this outbuilding.
My only point of comparison is this outbuilding is visible in a view that I've identified as contributing to the significance of the asset as a modern element, which is found to be acceptable, and the redevelopment of the site, which I consider to be in a land that in an area of land that doesn't contribute, has been found to be unacceptable. That's the only comparison that I'm drawing.
But I mean, considering how one would approach visibility, it is of the most obvious relevance conceivable that the outbuilding is a small ancillary 1.5-storey building as compared to 140 houses, yes?
Well, yes, of course, its size is a consideration for the council, yes.
But it isn't, let me try and put it more simply, it's not surprising, is it, that the council has reached a different conclusion about the visual impacts from a heritage perspective of the scheme as opposed to this small outbuilding? That's not surprising, is it?
I think it goes to heritage significance. I've considered areas that intrinsically contribute. And the immediate context, it is as it is.
So you think it is surprising?
I think it's surprising, yes.
Right. Is it your professional view that in heritage terms, the visual impact of the outbuilding is somehow comparable to the visual impact of the scheme?
No, I don't think it's comparable, no.
So if it's not surprising, if you don't think it's comparable from a visual perspective, how is it surprising that the council, like you, also think there's a difference here?
I think it goes to point of principle in terms of whether it's an intrusive element in views. I don't think it's necessarily. Sorry, I'm trying to phrase it succinctly. I find it surprising that the council finds it unacceptable that an area further away and with no very clear visual relationship with the church is problematic, whereas an area with a strong visual relationship closer to it is acceptable.
And the reason that it's not surprising is that the scheme is vastly larger in terms of quantum and scale than the outbuilding. And it's not, the council's case is not premised solely on indivisibility, is it?
That's correct.
Yeah, good. 3.51 leads the beginning of guidance.
Yes.
The short point on this is that the church has a tower, but the council isn't complaining about the impact that the scheme would have on the heritage value of the tower, is it?
No.
So this passage isn't actually relevant, is it?
I'm saying that my assessment is in line with this guidance.
Yeah, but this part of the guidance isn't relevant to the case here when we're thinking about the church tower and the scheme.
Well, it's something that's informed my assessment, but I don't think it goes to the heart of any difference between our cases.
Okay, good. I think, let me just note that down. To heart. That basis, I will move on. Your Appendix 7, please. Could we get out that appeal decision which relates to Long Melford in Suffolk?
Yes.
And, sorry, within Appendix 7, we go to paragraph 40 of the decision letter. So the Secretary of State's decision letter, first of all.
Oh, right, yes. I
First in the appendix.
always get very confused. 40, yes.
And we can see the Secretary of State has noted that the impact of the proposal on heritage assets did not form a reason for refusal. The Council did not object on the proposal. I think that should say on these grounds, probably. But concerns were raised by the Rule 6 party, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And obviously here we have two reasons for refusal raised by the planning authority, yes?
Yes.
And then reading probably many pages through the document. Paragraph 387 of the inspector's report to the Secretary of State.
300 and
It is page 67 of the inspector's report.
thank you.
Sorry, paragraph 382 is what I was trying to refer to. So we can see, if you look there, we've got that, sorry, Ms. Stoughton.
Yes.
So above the heading, sorry, above paragraph 381, we see the heading, the Church of the Holy Trinity.
Yeah.
And then 382, we can see the inspector is explaining much of the significance comes from architectural quality, so on and so forth. And we can note that they note that the visibility is not the test of the contribution to significance, albeit it may influence that. Do we know from the decision letter or the inspector's report how far away the development site here was from this church?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's noted.
And when we look at paragraphs 381 through to 384, which are the paragraphs dealing with this church, I'll just give you a moment to go back to those. You'll have read them before, obviously.
Yes.
It looks realistically, doesn't it, as though the Rule 6 party was trying to argue that the contribution of that site was from indivisibility alone.
Yes, I think my recollection is that's a fair summary of it.
That's not the council's case here, you've understood, yes?
Yes.
And there's no evidence that I could see from these paragraphs that anybody was arguing that the loss of the agricultural setting to the church would be harmful in terms of heritage significance.
I don't think so.
Thank you. And then sticking within your appendices and moving to the next one, which is Appendix 8. The Langford Mill decision.
Yes. And
within that, paragraph 127 of the inspector's report, please. So after the Secretary of State's decision letter.
Paragraph
127.
27.
On page 23 is the inspector's report.
Yes.
So I'll just wait for you to locate that. Do you have that, sir? Yeah. We can see at 127, this is where the effect on Langford Court is being considered. And we can see, first of all, that the only expert evidence on heritage matters presented to that inquiry came from the appellant, with no alternative evidence given. And we can see what CPRE were arguing or not arguing. And then we can see in the second bullet point where it says, secondly, Historic England hadn't raised a formal objection to that scheme.
That's correct.
And we can see the council's conservation officer is recorded as having said that there would be intervisibility and therefore harm. But the inspector is making the point that just because there's a view doesn't mean there's necessarily harm to significance. And again, it's not the council's case in this appeal that intervisibility alone would equate to harm to significance, yes?
That's correct.
Middle farmhouse next, please. This one. First of all, the same exercise for Ada, my understanding. To what extent do you, then let's take it in two steps. So first of all, physically, does the site fall within the setting? And then the second step, to the extent that it does, what contribution does it make? So in physical terms, I know that you accept that parts of the site do fall within the setting, but is it all of the site, or where exactly do you say that the setting of Middle Farmhouse extends across the site?
So the Middle Farmhouse, it extends partway through the site. It would again be a mixture of considering those areas in which the site can be experienced, and so a combination of visibility and historic association.
So the parts where there's intervisibility, and then the parts where there's historical association.
The overlap between those two.
But so what's your view? How do I understand what, I mean, are you saying that it's the parts that have both of those attributes, or is visibility enough? Is historic association on its own enough?
Yes, of course. So to be part of the setting, then intervisibility is enough. To positively contribute, it's not always a hard and fast rule, but I think here, there may always be other factors. But here, I think the coincidence of intervisibility and historic functional association.
So let me just make sure I understood properly. In terms of the physical extent of the setting, it's sufficient that there's either intervisibility or historic association. Yes?
No, I think in terms of the physical extent of the setting, I think you do need to either it has to be an area where you're experiencing the asset. So I think here a good boundary would be the visibility of it in the setting.
How is that though consistent with the Historic England guidance that we looked at before lunch, that was pretty clear on the fact that your experience isn't necessarily always something you can see?
Yes, there would have, as I said, there are other factors that can bring it in. I don't see those here. I've mentioned the dynamic view on the footpath, and I think that taking that into account, where you walk along the footpath and you can see the farmland immediately from there, I think the combination of historic association and dynamic view brings that into play. As I said, there are other factors, but here in this area, I think it's a case of intervisibility and experience along that dynamic view along the footpath.
Okay, I'm just focusing firstly on the physical extent of the setting, and we'll come on to significance in a minute. But in terms of the physical extent of the setting, I've understood that you agree that the bits of the site where there's intervisibility are part of the setting. To the extent, and I have to confess off the top of my head, I don't know if these even exist, but if the inspector, when he's thinking about this, finds that there are parts of the site which aren't intervisible, but which do fall within the mapping in your proof of evidence, so there's a historic association, do they form part of the setting or not?
Not all of the area that was historically associated with it, as shown on my plate 30 on page 38. Not all of that area will be within the setting today.
Sure, but to the extent, I take your point in that there's something all the way over here which is not very close to the site. So yeah. I'm going to debate about that. But in the sense that the site is, proximate to the asset, within the site, if the inspector, when he's looked around and he's had a thought about how to think about intervisibility, if he says to himself, well, okay, there's not intervisibility from this part of the site, but there is a historic association still, would you accept that parts of the site which only have historic association, even though they don't have intervisibility, are still part of the setting or not?
I think with regards to the site, it's relatively simple. I think those areas where the intervisibility and historic association coincides, those are within the setting. There may conceivably be areas of the site where you can't see the asset, and if you can't see the asset, if you can't experience the asset, then I think that would put it beyond setting. My only caveat is I have mentioned, and you should take into account, dynamic views as well. I think moving along where you come through the complex and get the visibility of the associated fields, I think that's a relevant factor too.
Thank you. That's helpful. Now, paragraph 2.35. So back in your key issues summary at the start.
Yeah.
And page 9, we know there's a point of dispute between you and Dr. Hickey, because you say the asset was clearly designed to face away from the site onto the street from where the status of the building has expressed its eastern facade can be appreciated. By Inspector has always better positions on that. But can we just go to paragraph 420, please, on page 45?
420, yes.
There's a reference on the second line about the land being associated historically, albeit to the rear, rather than being the land its facade overlooked. Which facade? I assume that was a reference to the facade on the street, but you were talking about another one.
No, you're quite correct. It's to the land is to the rear rather than, it probably should say street facing facade.
Well, I did understand you, so it kind of been that confusing. And then when we go to page 47, which is your table, we can see that the second element of significance is the street, and the contribution that you identify that as making is that it's the location from where views to the primary facade are possible. Now, if the inspector disagrees with you and agrees with Dr. Hickey that the primary facade is not the one on the street, then the contribution that this element makes would be less, wouldn't it?
Yes. And
the relative contribution of the other elements in this table would increase, wouldn't they?
Yes. The only thing that I would say is I consider that it is the primary facade historically.
Yeah. I just want to investigate what the consequence of the the point in dispute is, and then yes, just flipping back to page 9 on paragraph 2.35, you say the southern area of the site was once part of the tenancy landholding of the asset, but it has only a relatively weak visual relationship with the rear of the asset. So again, the focus there is on the visual relationship between the asset and the site. Yeah,
it's a combination of the two. It's the combination of the historic association and the visual association.
Good, thank you. And the orchard, very briefly, and the map. Yes, page 38. Page 29, and the preceding paragraph identifies plot 301 as the orchard. The it was part of the farmstead, it appears to me, the orchard in all likelihood.
It's adjacent to it, yeah.
And that's how it would have been understood, yes?
Well, it's a small enclosure adjacent to the farmstead. So obviously, historically close to farmsteads, you've got the garden to the house, and then you're likely to have paddocks, orchards, those kinds of things.
Yes, I mean, you said in your evidence in chief this morning that, it can be seen that the orchard was part of an agricultural endeavour, were the words you used. Nobody is going to look at the orchard if it comes forward on the site as part of the scheme. Nobody is going to look at that orchard and understand it to be part of an agricultural endeavour, are they?
Well, I try not to be difficult. I know we're tight on time. An orchard is an agricultural endeavour. It's the cultivation of fruit for consumption in various forms. I would consider it agricultural.
But they're not going to understand. I mean, they're going to understand it as a community orchard. I'm going to get into a debate about what that probably is, but it's not going to be understood as part of a farmstead, is it?
No, I think that could be fair enough. What it would be understood as is of agricultural character. I've been involved in various community orchard projects that have come forward, and most often, the apples are collected, harvested, go to commercial operations.
You were here for Mr. Smith's evidence, weren't you?
Yes.
You'll recall that he did agree with me that there would be a change in character across the site, including the open space and the orchard areas, if the scheme comes forward.
Yes.
You're not seeking to disagree with him in terms of his professional view on the landscape character change from the scheme, presumably.
No, I think that's fair enough. I think Mr. Smith was talking about the overall character, and I'm talking about an element.
Stocks farmhouse, then please, in terms of the assets, finally. So, same question to begin with. In terms of the physical extent of the setting, which parts of the site does that apply to?
I think in this case, considering the physical extent of the setting would include the areas of site from which have intervisibility with the asset. And then those areas that positively contribute would be the areas of site that have intervisibility and were once part of the historic landholding. There are other factors that could potentially come into play, but I don't think they're here.
As I understood generally from your answers in relation to Stocks Farmhouse and Little Farmhouse, you say that there are other factors that can come into play, but one of them is the rural character of the land, surely. The fact that it's still I mean, we've mentioned intervisibility in historical association, but neither of those things encompass the character of the landscape, do they?
No, that's fair enough. In terms of being in the area where the asset is experienced, then it's intervisibility in terms of positive contribution. But what I'm saying is for the farmland. So yes, I'm agreeing with you.
Yes, otherwise we could already have a housing development here, and you would still be saying to me, well, there's intervisibility, and historically it was part of the farm, so it makes a contribution to the historic significance of the asset, which to me seems to be a bit peculiar.
Yes, I agree with you. Yes. Apologies if I wasn't clear. I meant for the farmland because
Sorry.
I meant for the farmland because you were specifically talking about the site.
So we agreed, let me try and just be clear about this. We agree that the agricultural character of the land within the site at the moment does make a contribution to the heritage significance of the asset.
Yes, agreed.
Good, thank you. And just briefly plate 57. I mean, you say at paragraph 6.4, the land of tenancy land holding was extensive and not entirely consolidated. And this isn't historically a small holding with a couple of padlocks. It was a farm, an extensive agricultural land.
Yes, that's correct.
Do we agree that there's obviously been a change in use of the farm buildings? Do we agree that in consequence of the use of those buildings having changed, the original use of those buildings having been lost, the fact that the fields behind the farm instead, the fact that those fields are still in their original agricultural use, do we agree that the change of use of the buildings means that those fields and their original use are making a more important contribution to heritage significance?
No, I don't think so, because the buildings have retained their legibility in terms of the historic illustrative value that they contribute to the asset. It might have been reduced very slightly. Well, it's due to. So I'm just trying to make sure I give you a concise answer. It's slightly mixed up in the fact that it's likely to all have happened at the same time, that the buildings have been converted and the actual functional connection between the site and the asset has ceased. So you haven't got those patterns of movement between the two areas. So actually, the conversion of the farm buildings has meant that the legibility of those areas as being connected to the Stocks farmhouse has actually reduced slightly. So no, sorry, that was a slightly meandering answer, but no, I wouldn't agree.
Can you just test that? If we go to page 75, please. And the table.
Yes.
First of all, the bottom row says wider surrounds of historically associated farmland, but I think we have agreed that the contribution of the farmland is not just the fact that historically it was in the same ownership, or there were legal links between the farmstead and the fields. It's also the landscape character.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So just let's assume let's hypothesize that we're filling out this table before the farm buildings change their use. Yes.
Yes.
Because you said in your contribution column, although converted, these allow legibility of the assets farmhouse. But realistically, if we were undertaking this exercise in 1980, at which point the farm was still a farm, as I've understood.
Yes.
Realistically, the significance that the actual buildings contributed would have been greater, wouldn't it, than what is now recorded in relation to the farm buildings?
Not necessarily, because you have to consider that actually both of those elements would have made a greater contribution prior to the cessation of the functional use. It may be that following the cessation of the functional use, the conversion of the buildings, it doesn't mean that the farmland makes any greater contribution. It may just mean that more of the significance is embodied in the physical form, rather than the setting as a whole is making a lesser contribution to the overall significance of the asset.
The setting as a whole is making a lesser contribution because the farmhouse buildings themselves have changed in use.
Because of the cessation of the agricultural use of the complex.
But how would we conceivably get to looking at the change of use, how would we get to a conclusion that that has only reduced the significance of the setting whilst we're still insisting that it's had no effect on the significance of the buildings themselves? That's seriously your evidence.
No, I think we've misunderstood each other. So if you take a situation where the farm is in active use, then the relative contribution of the setting is going to be greater because you've got patterns of, according to the Historic England guidance, you've got patterns of movement and you've got areas of land that are actively being used as they were historically in conjunction with the asset. They're going to, by their nature, they're going to contribute more historic illustrative value to the significance of the asset through setting. When they go out of use, when the buildings go out of use, when the land ceases to be functionally associated, then it may be that setting as a whole makes a lesser contribution. It's a lesser slice of the pie in terms of significance. Because of the loss of the demonstrable patterns of use. You know, you haven't got vehicular movements of agricultural machinery going between the two areas or three areas. That's the point that I would make.
And just to check on this, the third row about the farm buildings being formerly associated. But I think you do agree that there would have been a bigger contribution from those buildings when they were in their original farm use.
Yes, I do. Yes.
And just very briefly on design use, you refer to them in a few places in relation to this asset, but there isn't any evidence of them actually being designed in terms of, I don't know, cost effect or anything to show what the intention was. Because Dr. Hickey's answer was, well, yes, inhabitants of a farmhouse ordinarily don't particularly want to look out over their farm buildings. So he said it was purely functional. There isn't any evidence really beyond that in terms of any intention or particular value around the design of the farmstead and stuff.
Well, the points that I would make on that is that the farmhouse clearly has a primary facade which is given additional aesthetic and architectural treatment because it has the primary facade which faces onto its drive, and that's clear from the entranceway and the overall facade. The regularity of the windows. It has design intent.
There's not a dispute about which facade is the primary one.
No, absolutely. And then you've got certainly later on in its history, potentially earlier, you've got a large window that faces onto the garden. Now, in contrast to that, you've always had outbuildings. Well, as I say, as far back as the mapping goes, there have been outbuildings in in a westerly direction and the farmstead in a northerly direction. I'm generalising in terms of points of the compass. So I think there is legibility to that.
Yeah, but this isn't, I mean, you'll have done cases yourself, I'm sure, where you refer to design views and then there's some tangible evidence of architect X, Y, or Z having deliberately, there's capability ground gardens and there's some gorgeous facades. It's not that, is it, really, in terms of being designed views? Well, to take the example that you use, brown landscapes tend to go from the primary facade of a building right up to the edge of tree belts over an expansive area. There is a relationship with the asset and its form that gives an indication of design intent. Yeah, but my point is about the evidence. We're not sitting with architectural plans evidencing that anybody beyond the sort of assumptions you are making as to why they positioned it the way that they did. They might well be valid, but in terms of other evidence to suggest that there was a particular importance to the layout or the design, because there is none, is there?
Well, I think that the evidence that I pointed to is compelling in terms of design intent, in terms of the primary facade, in terms of the garden facade, and in terms of the location of the outbuildings.
Right. In terms of independent documentary evidence or any other source of evidence beyond what you're telling me about what you see, there isn't anything.
No,
let me finish.
Sorry.
There isn't anything to suggest that anybody else sought to ascribe a particular value in terms of being an important design.
No, but I wouldn't expect any evidence for an asset of this nature beyond what I consider to be compelling evidence from the form of the building and the arrangement of the outbuildings.
Simon, I think we've probably reached a point where, to be fair to those involved in the call that was going to happen, we might just need to call a halt to give a chance to connections to be made. How are you set?
I'm not far off, sir, but I'm not going to be finished in the net. I'm not on my last question, so.
No, and unavoidably, I think I've got two, and I think Mr. Banner might have some in re-exam. The 5 minutes we have is not going to do that. Mr. Banner, did you have any feedback about how long you'll...
I've seen something that looks
It's all right, the answer is no. But
no, I mean, there were more people than I expected of higher seniority than I thought.
Right.
This call. I've seen something saying 3 to 4:30. I'm going to tell them straight away that ain't going to happen.
well, let's
so I just
short.
I don't want to inconvenience you. So
no, say we'll adjourn till 4, and then one of the team, if not you, can confirm if we're done at 4.
If I'm done,
if you're not done,
then let you know. I mean, if you're
absolutely
I'm
done.
sorry, I'm not. I would vastly prefer us to just set a time to restart, because I don't really want to sit here on tenterhooks thinking maybe Mr. Banner's finished, maybe Mr. Banner's finished, or have to start again. If it's possible, I would prefer us to just set a. Sorry, sir, but it's.
Well, once doing the first way is that it sounds like it should be finished by 4 and we can start. And if it isn't going to start, we're here for a minute and we're told that it's half an hour.
So that's not what I meant. I'm completely happy to say it's 4, and if at 4 I'm told it's half.
Oh, I'm not going to sit here and assume it's going to be 4:45 or 3:30. No. I'm saying we'll adjourn till 4. One of the team will confirm whether we start again or not.
I'm incredibly grateful. I really am sorry. We'll only do this in truly exceptional.
No, I do appreciate it. We've obviously had the discussion about it. We knew that we could have been in this position. It does mean, ladies and gents, that we're staying here. Mr. Banner, you need to probably get there.
Do you mind?
No, absolutely. We're going to be sitting here till, not sitting here. We're going to be back potentially back a little bit later, depending on how things work.
I still think if we start again at 4, I think from my perspective, in terms of what I have left, we will be finished with this witness this afternoon. So.
Oh, I think
I don't have any more questions for examination than I did at London.
No. So I think there's more than 10 minutes beyond whatever you'll cross-examine.
Very not much at all. I'm off, sir, I hope.
Good. Adjournment to 4 then,
Thank you, sir.
ladies and gentlemen. We're at the partway stage of the cross-examination. Nothing's raised its head, I hope, so over to you.
Thank you, Sarah. Ms. Stoughton. Could we, in your proof of evidence, please go to paragraph 4.29?
I have that.
And we're dealing here with Middle Farmhouse, and you're essentially explaining that you don't agree with the council statement of case about the severity of the impact. And the reasons that you give are, first of all, Middle Farm has only a very weak visual connection with historically associated land.
Yes.
And then also considering that the character of the land closest will remain open, being a wildflower meadow and orchard, yes?
Yes.
So those are the reasons why you conclude table to Middle Farmhouse, you reach a conclusion of lowermost in the range of less than substantial harm, yes?
Yes.
And for Stocks Farm, that your conclusion is low level, less than substantial harm, yes?
Yes.
Are those two, so low and lowermost, are those adjacent to each other in your scale, or is there some sort of intervening level?
No, I think it's fair to say that the scale would be lowermost then low.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Make sure I'm not misunderstood anything. Where does your scale go after that? I know that you say that's not something we're concerned with here, but the other people who thought about this have a scale which seems to go lower, or Dr. Hickey's scale is lower, middle, upper. So yours would be lowermost, lower, middle, then upper, or
yes, I think yes.
So in your scale, we've got Middle Farmhouse lowermost and Stocks Farm one above it at lower, yes?
Yes.
And we know, don't we, in relation to Stocks Farm, that instead of there being a very weak visual connection with historically associated land, there's actually at least a strong, if not a very strong, visual connection with historically associated land, yes?
Yes, there's a clear visual connection.
And we also know, if we, for the purpose of analysis, assume that what comes forward does respect and then follow the illustrative master plan, which is what you're assuming in your 429 when you're talking about Middle Farm, we know that in relation to Stocks Farm, there will be built form, won't there, behind that asset?
There will be built form, obviously, with I've explained the green corridor that goes through. So there won't be built form immediately adjacent to the boundary of the asset.
Yeah, sorry, I've been kicked out as the core documents again. The agenda, let me just get myself back in. And it's right though, isn't it, that given in relation to Middle Farmhouse, you rely on the open space behind the asset and on the weakness of the visual connection to arrive at a conclusion of lowermost harm. It would be fairer, wouldn't it, to have more than one level of difference between that impact and the impact on Stocks Farmhouse, given that there will be built form behind Stocks Farm and the visual link there is clear.
No, I've considered it as an overall, in terms of overall heritage significance of that asset, and I consider it's fair to characterise it as less than substantial and at the low end of the spectrum. Yes, it is higher than lowermost for the reasons that you've said, but I think it's still fair to characterise it as less than substantial and at the low end of the spectrum.
It's not part of your evidence, first of all, that there is any heritage benefit to be taken into account here in terms of the reinstatement of any hedgerows, is it?
No.
And not just you, but that's not actually part of the appellant's case, is it?
No.
Good. Heritage policy, I know you do deal with it a little bit in your proof, but I'm going to leave that to Mr. Voss as the planning guru, and also because it's from 4 o'clock on a Friday, so I don't think I'd make any friends by embarking upon that examination. Now, just a few points that came out of your evidence in chief this morning. Finish off, please. Very brief one on this debate about methodology and matrices. You said in evidence in chief, I've only seen one person attempt to use the matrix-based approach. It didn't work. It generated the same issues. And you referred to, I think, that approach having been rejected on appeal. Is that appeal decision in the documents that you've submitted?
No, it isn't. No.
Why not?
To be completely honest, I didn't see that it was going to be such a major issue, but yeah, it isn't.
So you don't actually think this methodological debate is a major issue between the parties then?
Yes, I didn't realise that previous decisions were going to be referred to in that respect. Yes, of course it's an issue between us. Yes, a fundamental one.
But you still didn't think it would be appropriate to put in an appeal decision in support of your arguments?
No, I didn't.
Do you know what the site that appeal decision refers to is? Are you able to assist us with that?
Yes, it's Thornton Manor on the Wirral.
Thank you. You were referred back to the harmometer and Dr. Hickey's answer of 8 out of 10 in relation to Stocks Farm, I think. And you said, while taking that at face value, you, I think, weren't persuaded by his answer, but you are aware, aren't you, that Dr. Hickey didn't accept that a straight line from 1 to 10 was appropriate, because he said he thinks it's logarithmic. And he said, didn't he, that his understanding of 1 to 10 was that we would get to 8 and then 9, and then that he actually referred to there being a major change all the way up to 100, didn't he?
Yes, that's fair. I think what I meant was considering a straight scale, then I didn't understand how his 8 out of 10 could be achieved. As you said, his logarithmic scale is difficult to use without it being presented.
Yes, I mean, you'll understand he's not the person suggesting it should be used, though, is he?
That's fair enough.
I didn't suggest logarithmic scale, so that's an unfair question. I didn't suggest he did. So,
Well, we have what we had from
Yeah, so that's-
from Dr. Hickey, and the answers as I took them as to how he was giving those answers. It wasn't delved into any particular further, so that's the position we have and the position that Ms. Stoughton can be asked on.
Sorry, I've completely forgotten my train of thought as a result of that interruption.
But we are at the question of Miss Stoughton's answer was in considering her answer when she said 8 out of 10 seemed high. That was on the basis of a straight assessment, taking into account Dr. Hickey's logarithmic scale. And that came from your direct question to her that 8 out of 10, that her answer 8 out of 10 was very high, was not recognising the logarithmic scale, if that helps at all.
Yes, it's not so much I don't remember what was said, so much as I had a question in my head.
What was going to come next?
Driving that, which I've now completely forgotten about, which is very helpful. Final point. There seemed to be some suggestion from you in evidence in chief that the open space provided within the scheme might at some distant day in the future itself achieve some form of heritage significance. Is that actually part of your case?
No, I don't think that's what I meant. What I meant is that there are very strong parallels in terms of areas that are appreciated with areas that currently have heritage significance. So Bramley Green, which has a lot of the characteristics of the open space on the western side of the site in terms of being mown grassland, in terms of being on the edge towards farmland, is part of the conservation area. And the other area which I mentioned, Sheffield on Loddon, that's part of the conservation area. And actually the two areas of Waterside Meadow that I had in mind were at least part of each are within conservation areas too. That's all that I meant by it. I didn't suggest that this area would be a future heritage designation.
Okay, but there's zero evidence, is there, either that the open space within the site might one day somehow end up in a conservation area?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, that's not what I was suggesting.
Just check my note from yesterday on one thing. I think that's it. Thank you very much, Ms. Stoughton. Thank you, sir. That concludes the cross-examination.
Sergeant.
Sergeant, thank you very much indeed. Your last question got rid of one of mine, so that's always good. But I think probably we've dealt with the scoping issue. We've dealt with a couple of the other things that raised their head with me. Views in particular. I just want to touch on settings of agricultural land to listed farmhouses.
Yes.
We've had that discussion about intervisibility in the cross-examination, intervisibility and its functional linkage. We had the discussion also with Dr. Hickey about how far you need to go to find that functional linkage since post that linkage being broken by it going into sort of domestic use, leaving its agricultural use. And just so I understand the victims of all, because I asked him on this matter, and I'm going to ask you very similarly. There's agreement between you that a listed farmhouse, even, I think probably even were it still to be in operation, should have all of its associated holdings, particularly where they're dispersed over a wide area, considered as its setting. So our classic case in point is the Stocks Farm or Middle Farm with their extensive holdings either to the west and east or to the north and south, forming the setting of that farmhouse once they become residential. I think we were agreed. I think Dr. Hickey and yourself agreed to that position.
So all of, do you mean, sorry, just to clarify, are you referring to current land holdings or all of their historic land holdings?
Well, it's a principal question initially, and then we'll think about detail. But if we bring it down, if we take your plate 57,
Yes.
there's no argument by Dr. Hickey or by yourself. I don't think there's any disagreement that all of that area outlined in green should not be considered as the setting of Stocks Farmhouse.
Um,
Sorry, plate 57, page 60.
yes. My only caveat
Okay.
for that is that settings defined in the NPPF as the surroundings in which a heritage asset is experienced.
Yep.
So that's why I do bring in visibility to it. I wouldn't. I hope I'm not reopening issues when I say that I don't think it can be held that the entirety of the historic land holding can be considered part of the current.
Oh, good. That was my question. I don't think either you or Dr. Hickey have said that to me.
No, I agree, sir. Yes.
And obviously, once that linkage is broken, it becomes even less relevant that you can claim that the whole of a holding, and indeed holdings change. They will
Absolutely.
change their tenancy in rental, and 1838 holdings of Stocks Farm may well not have been the holdings of Stock Farm in 1980 before its listing. But my question is really around what is the extent, the necessary extent of land to be retained to retain the legibility of a farmhouse. And that's where I think the two of you disagree. So I was just going to be sure that I understand your position. There was the argument about visibility and previous connection. But for example, if a plot of land is retained nearby that is in agricultural use but wasn't originally in its form, does that change? Wasn't originally in its ownership tenanted? Does that change your views?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
I think it's important to consider landholding and the extent of it, because if an area was in close proximity to it but wasn't farmed from it, is it actually illustrating any historic significance that farm building holds?
I think that's the interesting question.
Yes.
About illustration.
Yes.
So my question is perhaps, do you view an illustration as just about the character of the land or a requirement that there was a historic connection?
I think there has to be a historic connection.
And it's an unfair question, I guess, but what sort of quantum is necessary to retain illustration of the historic significance of a farmhouse? It is a difficult question because it's a how long is a piece of string question. Yes. I appreciate that. But the 200 hectares acres that might be represented in your late 57 we've agreed is not reasonable. Is there a minimum level that works, or is there other factors that need to be taken into account?
There are other factors that need to be taken into account because so I'm sure you can bring to mind examples of historic farm buildings that don't have any immediately adjacent agricultural land that is still in agricultural use. And with regards to Stocks Farmhouse, even if there is no agricultural land in the vicinity, you would still have a granary opposite it. You would still have converted agricultural buildings, one of which is still within the curtilage of the building itself, the former stables. You would still retain that legibility as to the historic origins of the building, as opposed to being a sizable residence in that context that had origins just through a solely domestic usage.
Okay, so that there isn't, effectively what you say to me is there isn't a minimum.
No, I agree with you. There isn't a minimum. In order to retain the legibility of the asset as a farmhouse.
So that's helpful. Just to make sure that I was sort of balanced in terms of where I was pushing to understand both parties' thoughts on those. So your plate 62 is perhaps a place just to finish on that question. which gives us the domestic curtilage. Is the domestic curtilage, well, I guess if you're saying there's no minimum, then even the domestic curtilage isn't necessary. But maybe the domestic curtilage provides something of that open space relationship that you would expect to have with a farmhouse.
It does. So the domestic curtilage includes a paddock. Let me just check the historic associations. Yes, it includes a paddock that was part of the historic landholding, and of course it also includes not a huge amount, but a small amount of the former enclosure on the to the west, just where the boundary is being taken outwards. So the domestic curtilage does include some areas that were former farmlands. Of course, their character has changed, though. They don't have that character, and I'm not suggesting. Not suggesting that they do have that character, but yes, they do retain an open character.
Thank you very much. Mr. Banner,
Thank you, sir.
otherwise employed, but have you got any re-examination you can pick
I
up?
have. Not very much. Miss Stoughton, Historic England, you had a debate with Miss Sargent about whether their anticipation that there would be no likely significant effects on the church was consistent with their later ascription of mid-level less than substantial harm. And you said you could work back through the conclusion there'd be no likely significant effects to reach a finding that there wouldn't be mid-level less than substantial harm. Just run us through that one more time. How can you join the dots between the prediction in EIA terms of no LSEs to they're within the range? It's your appendix 5. You need to go there. It's your appendix 5.
I may need a couple of minutes. I hadn't anticipated your question.
Excuse me.
So my paragraph 2.13, I say the less than substantial harm in the middle section assessed by Ms. Ryan to a grade 1 listed building would be significant. And that's because it would be a high level of receptor on my table 8.4, and taking I think it would be fair to say middle of the spectrum would be moderate. If you take it as moderate, then it will come out as a major significance of effect, which would be significant in EIA terms. So Historic England said that they didn't think there would be a significant effect, but the level, when you work it through, assessed by Ms. Ryan is. So you can, unpicking it, you can compare the two in that respect.
Thank you. Can we then turn to Dr. Hickey's methodology, about which you asked various questions? And could you please take up his page 22 table 2 and the framework, the MPPF, paragraph 199.
One document I haven't been to.
Excuse me.
So paragraph 199.
199, the framework, and Dr. Hickey's table 2, which you asked various questions about.
Yes.
And it was put to you that table 2 wasn't just about the grade of a listed building, 1, 2, 2-star, 1, 2-star 2, or non-designated, but the substance of value, the substance of the importance. Now, when one looks at paragraph 199, the words, the more important the asset, the greater the weight should be to the asset's conservation. To what extent is the substance of the importance of a heritage asset taken into account when weighing conservation on the one hand versus harm on the other hand?
The substance of it is considered in terms of the relative reduction of it in terms of harm. So when considering the impact, and then the weight varies with regards to the significance of the asset.
Is it your understanding, ultimately we'll make submissions on this, is it your understanding that the framework requires in 199 the importance of the asset to be taken into account once or twice?
Well, you should only take it into account once.
Bearing in mind Dr. Hickey's evidence, acceptance that he takes into account twice, what does that tell you about the soundness of his methodology?
I consider that my methodology is correct over his.
Now, in terms of your methodology, you described it on at least 2 occasions as a proportionate approach to loss of significance. Do you recall using that term?
Yes.
Can we take up your page 35, your proof, by way of illustration? That 35 is not a very good example because there's no harm at all. Can we take up page 75? Apologies. 75 is a more useful illustration in the context of Stocks Farmhouse.
Yes.
First question, to what extent is the table informed by the narrative that precedes it in your analysis?
It is informed by it.
And can you explain how then the narrative that is summarised in the table, how that informs your proportionate approach as to loss of significance?
Yes, I mean it's you can use the metaphor of a heritage cake. When you consider significance as a whole entity, as the cake, you've got the primary significance coming from fabric of the building, and then you have the proportion of it that comes from setting, and the various slices of that come from the different aspects of it. So when you take away the slice that comes from the contribution of the site, the minor contribution, then you're left with a proportionate reduction in the whole, and that's the consideration.
Drilling down on that in the context of Stocks Farmhouse, you had a debate with Mr. Sargent a few hours ago now about whether all or a lot of the rural landscape setting was to be removed. Can I ask you a question from this perspective? Imagine development happens.
Yes.
It's built out and you're back here in for the sake of argument, don't pick me up on the date, but let's say 2030, just to take a date. Come back on 2030. In 2030, post-development, how would the heritage significance of Stocks Farmhouse be legible and how would it be experienced? Can you just describe to us, if you were doing an analysis, if you like, of the contributors to significance and how it would be legible as of then, what would the key elements be?
Well, the key elements would be the fabric of the building, which would still be present, the associated garden plot and driveway, would still be present. So those are the areas from where the asset can best be appreciated and over which it had its designed views, which I maintain there is some design intent in that. And it would also have its, subject to nothing else having taken place, it would also have its formerly associated farm buildings. So it would have stables block in its curtilage, the converted farm buildings to the north, the granary over the road, and a small glimpse to wider agricultural land that it was once historically associated with, but that element would have been greatly reduced. So that slice would have been very greatly reduced, but the remainder of the cake would survive, and that's why I maintain that it is less than substantial and at the low end of the spectrum.
Would Stocks Farmhouse in this 2030 scenario, would it still be legible readily legible as a former farmhouse?
Yes, absolutely.
And how far or close would the development come to depriving Stocks Farmhouse of its significance?
It would reduce its overall significance because that is the harm that would be caused. There would be a proportionate low loss of significance, but it would maintain the majority of its significance. It would maintain the fabric of the building, the architectural and special historic interest of the listed building itself, its immediate context, and those elements that give it its legibility, that have that key historic illustrative value.
So pulling all of that together, having regard to that ongoing legibility, the other factors you mentioned now, and you mentioned in response to the inspector, applying that proportionate approach to loss of significance, how does all that inform your view as to where within the range of less than substantial harm, low, medium, high effect the development would be?
Because because the primary significance of the built form would be affected, and those the garden plot and the formerly associated buildings, it's a relatively low level of harm. It's a relatively proportionate low loss of significance. It's a slice of the cake, but it is a slice. It's not it's not half of its significance or anything like that. So it is less than substantial, and it is in the low range of less than substantial harm.
Thank you very much. Those are the re-examination questions. Marathon session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Banner. Ms. Stoughton, you've been subjected to a bit of a sort of start and stop throughout today, and apologies for that. And thank you for your patience through it. Thank you for your you can stand down.
Thank you, sir.
I asked the question briefly about the room. Did you get any feedback on that, just so we can help with others?
Yeah, the room is booked for next week, and the solicitor manager will unlock.
So we can almost leave as is?
Yeah.
That's good news. That is good news. Okay, ladies and gents, before we head off, and just for the benefit of those who are looking in, a very quick check, if we may, on the programme. And I've got pulled up the one, obviously, that had me out of sync this morning. We are looking at the roundtable on housing land supply to kick off on Tuesday. It's in here at 9:30. Let me just check whether there's any problem with anybody with a 9:30 start. So no one's travelling to us on that morning.
I will be.
Is 9:30 okay? Because I'm quite happy to be flexible on it. I don't want to put people under unnecessary pressures.
It just means I get an extra half an hour in bed. I can't pretend that I'm physically incapable of being here for 9:30. So.
Well, I don't think the Times absolutely desires it to be 9:30, but we're in the swing of it. That's sort of the way to run with inquiries now. But I am flexible if people need to have a change. So we're talking about a 9:30 start with the housing land supply round table. Let me just check. I've obviously had the proofs from Mr. Dawes and Mr. Ross. Is anyone else involved in that discussion that we're aware of?
I mean, I might chip in.
I completely understand.
I don't believe there's any third party involvement in 5 years.
Not I'm aware of interested parties, but also no one direct from the council involved in the team to contribute. That's absolutely fine. So again, I'll say that this is only just so I'm planning ahead. I'm not saying that there should be or that there shouldn't be. Okay. Our next roundtable session, the intention was that it be around transport matters, not roundtables, transport matters. And then we were talking about moving on to the planners. Now, is that still works for Mr. Bevis for,
I believe so,
Tuesday lunchtime?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. And we've set aside the round table on infrastructure, but that will be within the conditions sessions. Does that align with everyone's thoughts? I don't have the latest version, but does that comply with what the latest version says as is on the website?
It is exactly that.
That's it. That's very helpful.
Yeah, we have the conditions and planning obligation session, sir, first thing on Thursday.
Yeah.
Obviously, we'll continue to review the programme, but I think from our point of view, we have several people like Mr. Brackley attending. It's not going to be a session that we probably are able to bring forward if Tuesday or Wednesday go better. And as I recall, sir, that was of interest to
very much so.
Here. So
yeah, very much.
That feels like that session, even if we do a bit better on Tuesday and Wednesday, we can't bring that forward in fairness to third parties.
Could we say so, just again, just in terms of planning and knowing what we need to prepare for when, could we, I mean, I think there is a chance we could well get through Mr. Dawes on Tuesday, I think. But could we sort of draw stumps there rather than have Mr. Ross in chief, just so that Mr. Ross and I know that we could focus on 5-year supply on Monday and then call him in chief on when?
Yes, I think very much so. I mean, Wednesday could be a short day.
Could be a half day.
Yes. Yes.
On that basis, but
does give you an option to the site visit on Wednesday if the weather looks like it's going to be dire on Thursday.
I think on that note, I know Dr. Hickey is rejoining us for the site visit, so we will have to.
I think that probably should be fixed.
If we do, we move it after Tuesday evening. I don't think that's going to work actually.
I must admit, I'm totally with Miss Sodden. Same for us, Mr.
Yeah, it's about making sure people are aligned, expecting it. Exactly. Keep an eye on the weather. But
no, to be honest, as I'm not going to go, it's not my problem. If everyone wants to get rained on, that's I won't be. So that's your problem, not mine.
Yeah, I think there probably are some fixed elements within this that might mean we'll have some earlier times, but just in terms of being able to bring the parties who want to be involved in sessions back together, this is where a programme works very well.
Yes.
So that people can dip in and dip out of an inquiry. Perhaps sometimes doesn't work so well in terms of the efficiency of delivering inquiries.
The more gaps there are in the week, the harder it is to argue against an early start on Friday.
But not really are. Not the way things are going, Mr. Banner. Okay, very good. It's just worth insisting that and making sure that it was all up to date. Okay, before I give everyone a chance to get home, and we have just about beaten 5 o'clock on a Friday, any matters that raise their head or anything that we need to deal with or have consideration of over the weekend?
Yeah, I mean, transport, expecting round table format, are you, rather than trees? Mr. Grant's going to lead on.
That's what I'll ask, I think, is perhaps for the benefit of the fact that we do have a stream service, is to have an element of in chief. And to be honest, it can be slightly led just in order to get the points out nice and clearly as to what the appellant's position is, because the council aren't contesting them as such. But I obviously do have a number of people who do, in terms of local residents, in terms of councils who may or may not be here. But I think a kind of supportive in chief, and then it'll be opened up from there, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Good. Thank you all very much for your time this week. Very much look forward to seeing you next week, and hope everyone has a restful, relaxing week.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Even if you don't get the extra.